Chapter 31. Goblin High Priest. This is a collapsed and dilapidated temple. The symbols of Mother Nature and the elf rune steel have long been destroyed by sharp tools and desecrated with foul blood. And the original statue of the goddess has been smashed, replaced by a wooden male deity dressed in leather, wielding a battleaxe and a longbow. That is the god of winter and hunting Uller. Beneath the statue, an old, hunchbacked goblin is prostrating in worship. He is wearing a shabby mage robe looted from a human caravan, a ridiculous felt hat on his head, and in front of him is a crystal emitting a faint green light. Great god of winter and hunting, this is the third divine blood crystal your servant has found this month. Only 7 more and I will have gathered the minimum of 33 required for sacrifice to you. His body stoops, his eyes cloudy, and the wrinkles on his face almost etched into his bones, his expression one of fervent devotion. Since Uller's true form resides in the heavenly realm, a sacrifice across 2 realms requires tremendous energy. Thus, to conserve divine power, he only allows his subjects to collect enough offerings for a mass sacrifice, otherwise limiting communication with believers to simple interactions. As the goblin prays, the statue exudes a faint golden glow, gently brushing over his body. For a moment, the old goblin feels his aged body rejuvenated. Praise the god of winter and hunting. The old goblin is slightly overjoyed, bowing his head even deeper. After completing his prayers to the divine, the old goblin stands up. He straightens the felt hat on his head and carefully picks up the skull wand hidden beneath him, inlaid with a large treasure bead. He lovingly wipes it clean in his arms before walking out of the ruined temple, satisfied. The old goblin is named Gilyalu, an 11th level Black Iron lower goblin priest. However, Gilyalu prefers to call himself a high priest because among the goblin tribes in the Felenqui ruins, he is the strongest, and the other 3 goblin priests are no match for him, bowing their heads in submission. His strength does not come from a profound divine favor but because, before being recruited by Uller, he had encountered a fortunate event and obtained a magic wand, becoming a rare goblin spellcaster. Moreover, he possesses mysterious undead magic. It is with undead magic that he can firmly suppress the other 2 goblin priests of the same level. But, he is already too old. Under normal circumstances, he would live no more than 3 more years. Fortunately, Uller's emergence gave him hope. This great deity has promised that if he can gather 33 divine blood crystals from the world tree this year, he will be granted rebirth. Gilyalu's luck is not bad. For reasons unknown, the divine blood crystals of the world tree, lost in the elf forest since the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago, were almost forgotten, and it was only recently that Uller secretly began looking for them. Thus, for believers, as long as they work hard, collecting some crystals is not too difficult. With the power of his tribe, he has amassed a total of 26 in just a few months. So, strength is indeed the foundation of one's standing in this world. Gilyalu caresses his skull wand, muttering indulgently to himself. Exiting the temple, Gilyalu arrives on the streets of the Felenqui ruins. However, looking at the empty expanse of broken walls and remnants, his old eyebrows gradually furrow. How come so many are missing? Gilyalu looks around and spots a goblin fast asleep. He snorts and walks over, kicking the other awake. The kicked goblin becomes furiously angry, ready to fight back with its stick, but upon seeing who it is, its demeanor changes instantly, lying on the ground as docile as a chick, while whining ah and kissing the toes of Gilyalu's feet. A trace of disdain flashes through Gilyalu's eyes. He has little regard for these low-intelligence kin. In his view, although they share the same appearance, they are essentially 2 different species. This bunch of feeble-minded wretches can't even speak the common tongue. If not for the fact that the undead summoned by his magic cannot touch the divine blood crystals, and thus cannot fulfill his treasure hunting needs, why would he bother with this rabble? However, to achieve his goal, the strength of his tribe is still indispensable at the moment. With this thought, he kicks the goblin on the ground and asks, "Where are the others? Why has the number decreased so suddenly?" After hearing Gilyalu's words, the goblin's face shows a hint of bewilderment before it suddenly seems to realize something. It starts to scream ah while making gestures. You're saying they saw a human woman passing by the ruins outside? They went to capture her. Gilyalu frowned. The goblin nodded repeatedly. Having received the confirmation, Gilyalu's eyes narrowed slightly. Human woman. The nearest human kingdom to the elf forest was hundreds of kilometers away, and human caravans only passed by here in the summer. Where did this human woman come from? These idiots are probably going mad for females. It pushed away the goblin that had replied and started walking towards the edge of the Felenqui ruins. However, as Gilyalo progressed, its expression grew darker and more somber. It found that the number of goblins in the ruins had diminished more than it had anticipated. Probably at least 200 have run away. It gritted its teeth. Amidst Gilyalo's journey, a disturbance arose from the southwest of the Felenqui ruins. Gilyalo's eyebrows raised, and it walked over without changing its demeanor. At the southwestern entrance of the Felenqui ruins, a disguised Demacia, as always, was flaunting himself provocatively. Moreover, to attract more elite monsters, he boldly ventured into the interior of the ruins. "Come on, my little cuties." Watching the goblins drawn to himself, Demacia sneered inwardly. However, suddenly, a sense of crisis stemming from instinct rose within him. Demacia tensed up, feeling as if a vicious snake had locked onto him. The perception of an elf body is very sharp. Demacia almost subconsciously turned his head, looking in a certain direction. And when he saw the source of the crisis clearly, his scalp tingled with numbness. On a dilapidated stele in the ruins, a goblin wrapped in a sinister mage robe was coldly watching him. It was the goblin high priest Gilyalo. The eerie and terrifying aura emanating from him could be distinctly felt by Demacia even from tens of meters away. Damn! Unlucky, definitely got the boss's attention. Feeling the other's gaze, Demacia inwardly lamented. Time to split. Without a moment of hesitation, he turned and fled. Human woman, et. Gilyalo let out a light chuckle. From the first glance, it recognized that this so-called woman seemed to have a disguise spell cast on her. Could it be a mercenary? Gilyalo speculated in its heart. However, since it had discovered the other party, it had no intention to let them escape. 200 missing goblins were not a small number. Definitely need to catch this wretched scoundrel. Gilyalo thought furiously to itself. It wasn't concerned about whether there was an unseen mercenary force behind the other party because if they didn't dare to face it openly, it indicated that they knew their own strength was inferior to his. Having to resort to underhanded tactics even against goblins, this was a clear sign of guilt. With these thoughts, Gilyalo decisively waved its giant skull wand, from which an immensely chilly energy emanated from the treasure bead. Accompanied by the strange fluctuations of energy, skeletal hands emerged from beneath Demacia's feet, reaching out and fiercely grasping towards his legs. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the divine space, the divine soul of Eve trembled, suddenly feeling a slow surge of a stirring from the depths of her soul. Chapter 32. What happened? Eve's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly turned off the live stream and left the divine space, immersing her consciousness into reality. At this very moment, that throbbing sensation still existed, more precisely, it seemed like an inexplicable call. This was the first time Eve had encountered such a situation. Unlike the prayers she had heard before, this throbbing was a vague familiarity mixed with something else, or perhaps, emotions. Sadness, pain, despair. This feeling made Eve very uncomfortable. After pondering for a moment, she cleared her mind. Once her divine soul calmed down, she finally located the source of the throbbing. Northeast direction, hey! Eve's heart stirred as she looked toward a certain area of elf forest. That direction was where the players were concentrated. Had they triggered something? Eve furrowed her brows in her consciousness. That's not right either, she had just been watching over 90 players in the live stream and they hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. She dismissed her own thought. However, suddenly, Eve thought of something. No. That's not right. There was one player she had just not paid attention to. Realizing someone had been overlooked, Eve quickly returned to the divine space and went straight to the Blue Star Network channel. In the light green divine space, surrounding the blue sphere symbolizing the world of Blue Star Network, 300 smaller photons continuously flickered, orbiting around it. This was the connection channel between Eve and the 300 players, also a critical component of the game system network. Upon arriving here, Eve sensed that inexplicable calling again. Her spirit uplifted, she instantly found the source of the throbbing, a constantly flickering photon. This is, from Demacia. Did he encounter something? He was supposed to be luring monsters in Felenqui. Eve's heart leapt. Without hesitation, she extended a strand of divine sense and touched the other's connection channel, immediately seeing clearly where Demacia was. Damn! What the hell is this? On the edge of Felenqui, Demacia watched as skeletal hands emerged from the ground, his face turning pale. Undead magic. He took a deep breath and roared. Unyielding. The tank skill activated, his defensive power and attack power instantly increased, and Dimesha's strength briefly doubled. He kicked away the skeletal hands grabbing at him and then ran for his life. Damn, a priest. Definitely a goblin priest, it must be the cold and horrifying aura that Gilyalu said she sensed, this is screwed up. Dimesha cursed as he ran. When he used his skill, the disguise spell on him was instantly broken, revealing his true appearance. An elf. From a distance, Gilyalu, seeing the figure of Dimesha, was somewhat stunned. He had thought it would be a human, but to his surprise, it was a male elf. But how could a male elf disguise as a human female? What about his elf clan's pride and arrogance? Wait, he's so weak. Gilyalu had never seen an adult elf without even black iron power before. It seemed to think of something, narrows its eyes slightly. An elf? I've never killed an elf before, hee. Gilyalu smirked slightly, licking his somewhat dry lips. The winter and hunting god detest elves the most. If I can capture this elf and blood sacrifice him along with the divine blood crystal to his majesty, I will surely please him. Thinking of this, it swung the undead staff again. As it moved, the treasure bead on the staff instantly released deep purple energy that morphed into human-shaped skeleton undead, over 10 in total, each possessing the power of peak level 10. But even after summoning so many skeleton undead, Gilyalu seemed still at ease, apparently not drained at all. Capture him! It commanded. Upon receiving the order, the undead made creaking noises, brandishing their claws chasing towards Dimesha. Feeling the chilling wind behind him, Dimesha instinctively looked back, and upon seeing, he was completely terrified. Holy crap! Is this really a level 11 priest? This summoning is too exaggerated, right? Is he cheating? Cursing the game designers in his heart, Dimesha ran back with all his might. However, after running a few steps, he hesitated for a moment, then quickly changed direction. No way! This NPC is tough, if we lead it back and can't beat it, everyone will be wiped out, better to lure it away, or commit suicide if all else fails. Dimesha murmured. He still had the integrity not to let his teammates down, just in case it messed up, and the teleportation array got destroyed, which would end the mission completely. The agility of the elf is indeed very high. After bursting out with the power to flee for his life, for a while Dimesha actually shook the undead off. Trying to escape. Gilyalu squinted his eyes, holding the magic wand and chased with a cold laugh. In its view, the fate of this bold elf was already sealed. He is destined to become a sacrifice to the true god. At this moment, Eve's gaze also turned towards Dimesha. Undead. Seeing the skeletons chasing after Dimesha, Eve was slightly startled. Then instantly, his mood sank. They are elf clan's undead. Eve made the judgment. The skeletal structure of the elf clan is very similar to that of humans and is generally hard to distinguish, but as the ruler of the elves, he immediately recognized them upon seeing. At this moment, he finally understood what that inexplicable throbbing was. Someone was openly enslaving the elf clan's undead in his territory, and as the ruler of the elves, it would be strange if Eve had no reaction. And when Eve saw the enslaving Gilyalu, his mood grew even worse. A priest worshipping Euler. Eve's voice was very cold, already sentencing the other to death in his mind. However, at the same time, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. How could a level 11 goblin have such great magic power to enslave so many elf souls? Even though the elf undead summoned were only level 10, the number was too astonishing. Not only that, Eve could feel that it hadn't fully harnessed its power yet. And when Eve saw the magic wand in Gilyalu's hand constantly emitting light, he immediately had some associations. It's the power of that wand, there's something odd about that wand. Having figured out the cause, Eve calmed down. He watched the goblin priest frantically chasing Dimesha, suddenly let out a low chuckle. Hee hee. Elf undead, hey. If this goblin had enslaved other undead, with its level 11 strength, perhaps the players would indeed be unable to beat it, but elf undead. The wooden swords made for the players by Eve already had a purifying effect, and as the ruler of elves, the weapons he crafted are most effective in purifying elf souls. Good, players have trained enough, and haven't used many perfect revives, just the right time to test the effects. Thinking thus, Eve once again mobilized his divine power, waving his hand. And at the same moment, a new game system alert appeared in the vision of all players, the whole system flashed red. Ding! Warning, warning! Player Demacia triggers World Boss. Player Demacia triggers World Boss. World Boss mission starts. Mission target, Goblin Undead Priest, level 11/Black Iron Lower. Mission objective, slay the Goblin Undead Priest, and offer the Undead Staff to the Goddess Eve. Mission rewards, exclusive title Goblin Slayer, 3 times perfect revivals, a large amount of experience points and contributions. Mission tip, weapons bestowed by the Goddess have a blessing effect, enhancing the damage on undead. Brave Chosen One, for the honor of the Goddess and the Elf clan, charge. The players were stunned for a moment, then suddenly boiled with excitement. Chapter 33. 33 Let's do this. Holy crap! A world boss! What kind of European luck is this for Demacia? Wasn't he always unlucky? Such generous rewards, the Goblin Slayer exclusive title. Plus, 3 perfect resurrections, a ton of experience points and contribution points. I'm just a few hundred experience points away from level 11. Me too. Me too. Players instantly became as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, their eyes shining bright like hungry wolves. In online games, world bosses which involve the entire server are always a surefire, high-reward venture with an excellent cost-performance ratio. Demacia is running with the boss and the distance between them is getting farther. At this moment, someone noticed that the red dot on the small map indicating the boss was moving in a strange direction. Damn, he's not panicking and fleeing without any sense of direction, is he? It could also be he's trying to protect the teleportation array. Suddenly, as if realizing something, someone's expression changed slightly. Not good, he's definitely going to get kneecapped alone, and if he dies and the boss resets, the quest could fail. Holy shit, that's possible. Makes sense. Let's hurry over. Go, go, go. To fight the world boss. With just a few words, players quickly analyzed the situation and decided to head out immediately, fearing the boss would escape. Let's go, let's go. To fight the world boss. Everybody switch to wooden swords and magic wands. The quest hints say there's a damage bonus. Wait, notify the folks back at camp, tell them to accept the quest right away and come here to deal some damage and get a share of that world boss experience, it's the first world boss after all. In no time, the entire army of players started mobilizing like a massive machine, nearly 100 elves slung captured scimitars and bows on their backs, switching to their starter weapons, and marched grandly towards the red dot on the small map. Through countless battles, they'd gained some experience, and now their movements carried an intimidating presence. Meanwhile, countless more players from the camp who received the message excitedly rushed over from the teleportation array. They all accepted the quest, planning to share in the damage and get a piece of the world boss experience, buzzing with excitement. In a short time, 300 chosen ones were mobilized in full force. Berserker, who was observing from the shadows, was completely dumbfounded by this group of chosen ones who all of a sudden seemed to go berserk. Mother Goddess above, what has happened to them? A goblin priest has appeared, and it's a powerful one that has enslaved countless elf souls. I have informed them, Eve explained leisurely in Berserker's mind, watching the adrenaline-pumped players. Enslave elf souls? A goblin priest? Upon hearing this, Berserker immediately became furious. The evil and corrupt goblins, this was the utmost insult to the Mother Goddess. He wished he could fly there this instant and slap that audacious creature to death. But then he thought of the mastermind behind the goblin and had to forcibly suppress his impulses. No. He can't disrupt the Mother Goddess's plan. Wait, no. Hold on. Suddenly, it dawned on Berserker, he stood up from the woods, looking incredulously at the players charging towards a direction with overwhelming momentum, and said in shock. Mother Goddess. You mean these chosen ones are going to kill the goblin priest? Even without having seen the enemy, Berserker could guess that a goblin priest capable of enslaving elf souls would not be weak. Certainly, for the chosen ones, it would be a challenge. They were not believers of the Mother Goddess, yet when Her Majesty was challenged, these chosen ones didn't hesitate to strike out valiantly and boldly. Listening to the distant chants of charge. For the elves. For the goddess. At that moment, Berserker was moved. Mother Goddess above, these chosen ones might be cunning and greedy, but they also have moments of such genuine and reliable courage, braving dangers to protect the Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess, your choice is indeed far-sighted. Thinking about his previous prejudice against the chosen ones, Berserker felt that he might need to re-evaluate them. Not only that, when the Berserker saw the players' bloodshot eyes and their slightly twisted faces filled with excitement, his gaze shifted once again. It was as if, what they were greeting was not a fierce battle, but a carnival. Even if they were not real warriors, they were indeed true bravehearts. Thinking back to the various battles of the Chosen Ones before, at this moment, the Berserker couldn't help but exclaim. Mother Goddess above, your wisdom and vision make me ashamed. These Chosen Ones' enthusiasm for battle is astonishing, far beyond that of ordinary elves. This is precisely the quality that the peace-loving elf clan lacks on their path to rise. Mother Goddess, you are right. I think one day, they will surely lead the elf clan to rise and stand tall on the Sedge's continent once again. In the dense forest, Demacia was stunned as he looked at the system prompt in his view. World boss. He pinched his face and muttered. Is this good luck or bad luck for me? Looking back at the undead that were getting increasingly close, Demacia was entirely overwhelmed. Damn it, do they really have to chase this close? He took a deep breath and sped up once more. Since it's a world boss, then I'll just run in circles. Brother Mew and the others will definitely come when they receive the system message. I can't die before that. If the boss withdraws, there's a chance the mission will fail. Demacia changed his mind about luring the monster to his death. And with a new objective set, he changed direction and started running in circles. Gilyalu, surrounded by the undead, was seated on the shoulder of a giant skeleton, tenaciously following behind Demacia. Hehe, trying to delay time. Looking at the sweaty elf, its eyes were full of mockery. Or should I say, you are waiting for your companions. By now, Gilyalu was absolutely certain that there was some force hidden behind this elf. However, it, with its undead magic, has never feared fighting against the many. Its undead lack intelligence but are numerous, insensible to pain, ignorant of death and fear, they are fearless tools for group battles. And it also didn't believe the opponent was truly strong, otherwise, they would have attacked already. This is an opportunity, I want to see what kind of people are behind this. Hehe, with elves involved, maybe I can catch some big fish this time. It planned to force the opponent to show themselves. As he continued to run, Demacia's physical strength was dropping rapidly. Even though he turned off the sensation of fatigue, the physical exhaustion buff still made his mobility worse and worse. Finally, it seemed like he couldn't run anymore and gradually stopped. Can't run anymore. Gilyalu jumped down from the undead's shoulder, watching Demacia as he continued to sneer. It waved a hand, and more than 10 level 10 undead swarmed forward, surrounding Demacia tightly. Demacia turned his head, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat off his forehead, yet his expression showed not a hint of nervousness or despair. A flicker of surprise crossed Gilyalu's eyes. You're not afraid? Demacia looked at this goblin priest dressed as a mage and suddenly cracked a faint smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Afraid of what? He spat disdainfully. My reinforcements have arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the area immediately burst with excited shouts that rose and fell. It's the world boss! It's the world boss! Attack! Don't let it escape! For the elf clan! For Lady Eve! Down with the goblin! Get it! Chapter 34. With a chorus of cheers, countless figures dressed in hemp robes and wooden armor, wielding wooden swords and magic wands, emerged from all directions of the forest. The goblin high priest, Gilyalu, was startled by these excited cries. He raised his head, and upon clearly seeing those tall figures, he immediately exclaimed. Elves! By the winter and hunting god, where did so many elves emerge from in the elf forest? Hadn't they already migrated everywhere? Gilyalu instinctively wanted to run. For no other reason, this had been a long-standing belief for centuries, even if the elf clan had declined, an average elf still possessed strength above black iron. And he, a mere little goblin, even if he had encountered a lucky break and become a priest, could never handle dozens or even hundreds of elves. However, the thought of fleeing was quickly extinguished by himself. Something's not right. Gilyalu's heart skipped a beat. If there truly were so many powerful elves, then his tribe would have long been driven out of the elf ruins. With this thought, Gilyalu looked more carefully, and upon closer inspection, he found peace of mind. This group of elves was nothing more than amateurs who hadn't even reached the strength of practitioners. In an instant, Gilyalu understood the cause and effect of the situation. Yes, the disappearance of his goblin tribe had to be their doing. But soon, this elderly goblin became more puzzled. Where did so many elves, not even level 11, come from? He pondered with his limited brain capacity. Couldn't figure it out. So he simply stopped thinking and became eager instead. Never mind, by the winter and hunting god. No matter where you came from, encountering me means bad luck for you. Offering your lives to the true god, I will surely receive her rewards. Eliminating so many elves would certainly earn him the favor of the divine. Though the elf clan was powerful, they were not a warrior race, and their combat effectiveness had always been weaker at the same level. And in Gilyalo's eyes, these novice elves, not even level 11, were likely inferior to a group of level 10 goblins. These were opponents of such caliber that he could easily deal with them alone. He thought the elves would panic and flee at the first sign of injury, if not at the mere sight of his undead army. With this thought, Gilyalo let out a cold laugh and waved his wand. Purplish-black energy was released from the skull wand, and in the blink of an eye, another dozen or so skeleton undead appeared. Exterminate them. Let none escape. Gilyalo commanded. Upon receiving Gilyalo's directive, the undead drew their bone knives and charged at the elves with ferocity. Damn, that's really undead magic. The players who had arrived were shocked and momentarily stopped in their tracks. The goblin high priest watched the players with wide eyes, feeling even more smug. Heh. Scared, aren't you? The appearance of the skeleton undead was indeed frightening, and the undead he summoned were even more special, with their aura of death capable of eroding the souls of the weak. No living being could witness his army without some degree of fear. Yes, this was the power of death, this was the power of an undead mage. Feeling the surging energy within his wand, Gilyalo was enraptured. Fear it. Flee from it. Then endure the relentless pursuit of the undead. However, what the elves said next made him pause slightly. Whoa, that's so realistic, really gave me a fright. No wonder it's a 100% realistic virtual reality game, even the undead magic effects are awesome. These skeleton undead look so cool. The elves were looking at the summoned undead with great excitement, without a hint of fear. They weren't afraid? Their souls weren't affected by the aura of death? Gilyalo was astonished. But then, his expression turned derisive once more. Heh. They must not yet understand the power of the undead, nor how they would gradually be consumed. What a bunch of inexperienced novices! They knew nothing of the power of the undead. Soon, they would witness what a true undead army was, and what fate worse than death meant. With this thought, Gilyalo waved his wand once more, unleashing the full extent of his power. In an instant, another dozen skeleton undead were summoned. Countless undead gathered, exuding a dense aura of death, causing the temperature in the forest to drop by several degrees. Feeling the power of the undead, the goblin high priest was immensely proud. He sought to utterly overwhelm these clueless novices and show them the terror of death. Whoa! Summoned again! Quick, identify their strength. The boss is level 11, and the minions are level 10. The minions protect the boss, attack the minions first. Clear the minions. Melee attackers, go in first, casters, support from the rear. Each team takes on 2 skeletons, the max level teams target the boss. Look for weaknesses and attack mechanisms. Don't let it summon again. Those who died, hurry from the resurrection point. The elves chattered with terms Gilyalo couldn't understand and sprang into action. To the goblin high priest's surprise, not a single elf chose to flee, instead, they became increasingly excited. The elves, wielding wooden swords, charged at his undead army. The two forces instantly clashed. Blood splattered everywhere. The level 10 undead were indeed formidable, although the players had been somewhat seasoned, they were still no match. In no time, the first group that engaged was heavily injured, falling one after another under the undead's attack. Watching the elves, who were quickly suffering heavy casualties, the goblin high priest couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Trying to engage in close combat with the undead, what a bunch of fools. He could almost foresee the elves' shock and retreat. With the elf clan already scarce in population, Gilyalo believed they couldn't withstand significant casualties. He was convinced that once a few had died, the elves would start to flee. However, what happened next was beyond Gilyalo's expectations. Those injured elves who had fallen struggled to stand up again, all exceedingly excited and completely ignoring the bleeding wounds on their bodies. Especially the male elves. They wielded their weapons, as if the injuries and bleeding weren't their own, yelling as they continued rampaging against the undead. Gillialo had no game system to sanitize the not-so-harmonious scenes. So, in his eyes, this battle was terrifyingly brutal. He saw an elf whose leg was severed, yet they didn't retreat but hopped around, still hacking with their wooden sword. He saw an elf whose arm was blown off by a companion's magic, only to turn around and curse, "Aim better, you moron," before plunging back into battle. He even saw an elf stabbed through the abdomen by an undead, intestines hanging out and swaying, yet acting as if they weren't hurt, laughing maniacally while fighting a skeleton undead. They traded blows with reckless abandon, completely ignoring their injuries and dwindling life forces. Every elf approaching death wore a look of exhilaration and satisfaction. At most, they'd leave with an unexpected "whoa, I'm gonna die," before rolling their eyes shut and expiring. They also seemed indifferent to their comrades' fates. None mourned the death of a companion, they had eyes only for their enemies. Moreover, some elves, upon seeing a fallen comrade, even laughed mockingly and nonchalantly collected their fallen gear. Gillialo was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this group of elves? Didn't they feel pain? Did they lack emotions? Weren't they afraid of death? No, they truly weren't afraid of death. Gillialo even saw an elf shout, intentionally throwing himself onto an undead's bone knife, getting skewered yet still clutching the undead tightly, exclaiming to his companions with excitement while spitting out blood. "I got a hold of this skeleton, quick, let's tear it apart." At that moment, Gillialo was utterly stunned. He shivered involuntarily, muttering, "Mad! They must be mad! These elves must have gone insane." Chapter 35. Was it necessary? Gillialo wanted to ask these elves, was it necessary? If it were them, they would have run away long ago. Why keep sending themselves to death? Were these the elves who prided themselves on being elegant, noble, and loving life? Were these the elves who cherished peace and were cautious and conservative? Gillialo swore. These were the most insane, most incomprehensible elves it had ever seen in its life. No, no. These were the most insane intelligent beings it had ever seen in its life. Not afraid of death, not afraid of pain, willing to die alongside their enemies to destroy them. For a moment, Gillialo even doubted if these elves were higher undead wrapped in elf skin. Too terrifying. Really too terrifying. Although their strength wasn't great, their fearlessness of pain and death made even the old goblin priest shiver in its heart. Not only that. Gillialo had thought it could quickly eliminate this group of elves, but what surprised it was, after killing one, another would soon appear, as if they were endless. Of course, this was also because of racial reasons. It couldn't tell the elves apart, unable to see that many had died and returned. However, Gillialo also noticed that after these elves died, their bodies would slowly disappear. Seeing this incomprehensible scene, Gillialo's eyes widened. Demons! They must be demons! The hand holding the magic wand trembled slightly, doubting if it was seeing an illusion. However, the constantly falling undead conveyed a brutal reality to it, that none of this was an illusion. This was what made Gillialo gradually feel something was wrong. The undead it summoned, after being destroyed, should have returned as pure energy to the magic wand, but this time, they were all severed from it, as if truly eliminated. And with the continuous decrease of undead, Gillialo finally began to panic. It looked up at the elf army, discovering the number was still as many, or even more. Just a moment ago, there were only a few hundred, but now it seemed close to 300. Not only that, but their strength also seemed greater. From only dozens with a level 10 power just now, Gillialo roughly estimated, noticing that the elves at the power level of 10 were likely over 100. Could it be that there were stronger elves coming? Gillialo was stunned. In the name of the god of winter and hunting, did all the elves in the world come over? A small retreat intention rose in its heart. As the battle continued, though it killed countless elves, somehow, Gillialo's magic wand didn't capture new souls, instead, its summoned undead were being continuously consumed. Feeling the increasingly sparse energy in the undead staff, Gillialo finally made a decision. It gritted its teeth, looked at the elf army hatefully, and turned to leave. The remaining dozen undead were also called to it, freeing themselves from the elves and surrounding it as they left. Seeing the goblin high priest trying to leave, the elves were rejuvenated. It's running away. It must be out of mana. Don't let it escape. Catch up to it. Because their levels were lower than Gillialo's, the players couldn't identify Gillialo's exact magic power, but its actions led them to speculate, guessing correctly while Gilyalu wasn't hurt, its magic was depleted. And a mage without magic power at a low level was as good as helpless. Seize it! Don't let it recover from the battle state! The elves roared with anger, their eyes red, and pursued fiercely. In an instant, they became even more aggressive. Under Gilyalu's incredulous gaze, dozens of the forward-running elves pounced on the undead, opting to die together. With a brilliant display of magic, over 10 skeleton undead disbanded, taking the elves with them. And more elves waved their weapons, fiercely charging at Gilyalu as if pursuing the murderers of their fathers. It was already alone. Seeing the relentless elves, Gilyalu was about to collapse. Was it necessary? Was it necessary for you? It turned and ran, its trembling voice tinged with grievance. However, it was a short-legged, elderly goblin. How could it outrun the elves? A gust of wind from behind, and a slight sense of danger rose in Gilyalu's heart. Suddenly, a nimble figure rushed up, embracing its frail body in an instant. Gilyalu looked back in horror and was immediately met with a grinning face. Pointed ears, a big, red afro, and that irritating grin at the corner of the mouth. Even if goblins couldn't distinguish elf appearances, Gilyalu recognized the identity in an instant. It's you, you bastard pretending to be human. It gritted its teeth, cursing. That guy again. That guy again. It regretted so much. Why did it follow that guy out from the ruins? I got it under control. Demacia tightly held onto Gilyalu, excitedly shouting. Comrades! Fire at will! Accompanied by waves of chanting, countless magic rose, followed by innumerable swords gleaming with skill, drowning both of them in Gilyalu's horrified eyes and Demacia's triumphant laughter. Ding! Goblin Undead Priest has died. World Boss Mission, Target 1 completed. All participating players have received the exclusive title Goblin Slayer. Players who participated in eliminating one undead received 3 perfect revival chances, 1000 experience. Players who participated in eliminating 2 undead received 3 perfect revival chances, 2000 experience. Players who participated in eliminating 3 undead received 3 perfect revival chances, 3000 experience. Players who helped eliminate the Goblin Priest received an additional 1 perfect revival chance, 3000 extra experience. With the wonderful sound of the system, all players received the notification of mission completion, along with a host of rewards. All the players were momentarily stunned, then erupted in cheers. Ha ha ha! We won! Wow, I got 4 perfect revivals, plus 5000 experience. I can level up to 11. Hey? Weren't there supposed to be contribution points? Where are they? Seeing the excited chosen ones, the Oak Guardian, Berserker, somewhat dazed, walked out from the hidden forest. In the name of the Mother Goddess, these chosen ones are truly terrifying. He murmured, as if still not recovered from the elf's suicidal assault just now. And seeing Berserker, the player's eyes lit up. Uncle B. Uncle B is here. Right, right. The mission had another goal, to offer the magic wand to the goddess. That must be for contribution points as rewards. What are contribution points for? It's said to unlock something at level 11, once we level up, we'll know. It's related to the goddess, so it must be good. Stop talking, quickly give the wand to Uncle B, have him offer it to the goddess. The players excitedly, hastily fished the wand out from Gilyalu's ashes. Aside from the wand, the rest of Gilyalu's equipment had been shattered by magical attacks. Wow, what material is this wand made of? It's completely intact. Let me appraise it. Can't appraise it. Since the goddess wants it, it must be a mission item, right? The players curiously touched the wand, and after finding nothing, stuffed it into the bewildered Berserker's hand. Uncle B, quickly offer it. They looked at the Oak Guardian with expectant starry eyes. Berserker. Chapter 36. At the World Tree, Eve, who had just finished distributing player rewards, quickly sensed Berserker's sacrificial prayer. Feeling a spark of curiosity, she opened the sacrificial channel, and a small skull wand appeared in the divine space. Eve was slightly delighted, she waved her hand again, notifying every involved player via a system message that mission objective 2 is completed and rewarded each with 300 contribution points. Contribution points were a feature that became available only when players reached level 11. They were used for class transitions and skill or equipment exchanges in Eve's temple, and players could trade their contribution points, making them a form of currency in the early game stages. In the early game, Eve had too few NPCs under her command, and the player base was not large, so she handled class transitions, skill learning, and equipment exchanges by implementing a contribution point exchange system within her temples. However, in the future, Eve planned to gradually delegate these basic functions to other NPCs, to both boost player NPC interactions and reduce the game system's workload to conserve divine energy. She would then focus the exchange system on special skills or rare equipment. After rewarding the players, Eve concentrated her attention on Gilyulu's undead staff. As soon as the undead staff entered the divine space, Eve felt a strong sense of foreboding. Using her divine power, she gently prodded it, and a pure force of elf souls was suddenly emitted from the treasure bead at the staff's tip. Sensing the despair and sadness within the souls, Eve sighed inwardly and proceeded to purify them. "Your nightmare is over." The holy and gentle divine power swept over, purifying the dark purple energy, transforming it into images of elves who bowed down to Eve, gratefully chanting songs of nature. Then they turned into pure faith energy and surged into Eve's divine space. The purple treasure bead, now devoid of its color, turned into a crystal-clear transparent object. Were it not for a tiny crack, it would have been a perfect piece of craftsmanship. Add latest chapters at freeobnovlo only. At the moment of purifying the undead energy, Eve clearly felt her divine power value increased by 5 points. Previously, the players eliminated over 200 goblins, providing her with a total of 2.4 divine power points. Defeating the goblin high priest and his undead army gave her an additional 4 points, and finding a divine blood crystal contributed another 1.5 points. Even without various expenditures, her divine power value exceeded 25 points, reaching an all-time high. Looking at her divine power value, Eve felt a wave of joy in her heart. It seems, eliminating goblins is indeed a feasible approach. If we can eradicate all the goblins in Felenqui, my divine power value might increase by several points. Once the players level up and transition classes, they can be tasked with completely eliminating the remaining goblins in Felenqui. The remaining priests should not pose a threat. The divine blood crystals they've collected ought to be hidden somewhere in the ruins. At least 4 or 5 pieces, perhaps. Eve pondered expectantly. Moreover, there should be 6 or 7 elf city ruins in the elf forest, including the elf capital. Even Felenqui, which is the closest to me, has goblins in it. These areas might have also been infiltrated by Uller. If we can eliminate all the goblins in these places, my divine power value could break the 50-point threshold. Not to mention, this doesn't even account for the divine blood crystals. Including those, I might be able to free myself from this near-death state sooner than expected. With this in mind, Eve's mood became increasingly jubilant, feeling that she was getting closer to regaining her freedom. In her delight, she planned to use divine power to transform the undead staff into a high-quality legendary staff and then place it into the contribution point exchange system for the players to acquire. This wasn't her first time modifying or enhancing equipment. Eve categorized the equipment on the Segis continent into 4 tiers: Gold Legendary, Purple Epic, Blue Rare, and White Common. Not to mention the wooden weapons and equipment given to players when logging in for the first time. All the equipment left behind by the half-beast defeated by the Oak Guardian Berserker was reclaimed by her. She refurbished them using a total of 0.1 divine power points and tossed them into the exchange system, all marked as purple equipment. She was just waiting for the players to transition classes, open the exchange system, and earn contribution points to exchange. Eve understood the players' obsession with equipment all too well. Once this system was implemented, players would complete tasks for contribution points without hesitation. Thinking of this, Eve allocated 0.05 divine power points, intending to forge this wand into a unique black iron grade gold weapon within the server. However, as soon as the divine power entered the wand, something unexpected happened. The anticipated equipment modification did not occur. Surprisingly, the wand's treasure bead directly absorbed her divine power. Eve's heart skipped a beat. Every high-quality wand had a bead at the top to store magic power, but she was releasing divine power. Divine power was not ordinary power but the power of a true god, the highest quality and strongest energy in existence. What is with this bead? Eve examined the wand again closely and immediately detected a clue. This wand's shaft material is devil wood? Is it a sealing object? Devil wood, a special and rare plant from a different plane, had the effect of sealing objects. If it was over 1,000 years old, it could even block a true god's vision to some extent. To her surprise, Eve discovered upon closer inspection that the wand's shaft was used to seal the bead atop the wand. She had initially thought this was merely a wand storing undead energy, unaware she had been wrong. There is a problem with this bead. Right, if there weren't, how could a mere goblin enslave so many elf souls? Realizing this, Eve became cautious. It seems my excitement got the better of me, I failed to notice such a simple detail. She mentally reprimanded herself and planned to re-evaluate this piece of equipment. Anything capable of absorbing divine power was no ordinary artifact. She needed to ascertain the true nature of this bead. Determined, Eve unhesitantly removed the bead from the wand, breaking its seal. As the seal broke, the previously transparent bead radiated a soft glow, exuding an unexpectedly solemn and majestic aura. Eve's spirit lifted, then she used her appraisal ability. To her astonishment, 2 full points of divine power were consumed, and the bead's true name emerged in her mind. Death God Hela's Soul Storage Orb, damaged. Chapter 37. Death God Hela? Li Mu's heart skipped a beat, and the memories related to it from the World Tree's legacy suddenly emerged. Hela, also known as the Death God and Lord of the Underworld, was an ancient true god overseeing death, decay and disease, possessing peak intermediate divine power and was shrouded in mystery. Legend had it that she resided somewhere in the netherworld, rarely participating in the struggles between true gods. Even though her divine responsibilities were almost opposed to the World Tree, she did not take part in the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago. Of course, there were also rumors that the reason she did not participate in the conflicts of the gods was that she was severely wounded in a battle in ancient times and had been recuperating ever since. Yet, even injured, no one dared to target the Lord of the Underworld. In the Netherworld, Hela was invincible. Besides, it was clear that apart from the souls of living beings, this true god was not interested in the struggles of faith. Her followers rarely walked the Segis continent. How did Hela's soul storage orb end up in the elf forest? Li Mu was deeply puzzled. However, it wasn't entirely unexpected. In the Segis world, true gods often awarded their items to followers to be used as divine artifacts. Amidst various conflicts, the loss of divine artifacts was a common occurrence. Unless it was the divine artifacts that true gods held in extremely high regard, they were usually not interested in retrieving those that were lost. After all, a divine artifact might only contain a few points of divine power, and since the power within the artifact was not the job-powered divine blood crystal, the more powerful true gods were not too concerned. Going through great trouble for such a small amount of divine power simply wasn't worthwhile. The result was the proliferation of divine artifacts among the high non-divine forces in the Segis world. Thinking of this, Li Mu smiled slightly and began to toy with the soul storage orb again. As expected, after further sensing it, she discovered it contained 5 points of Hela's divine power. This made Li Mu slightly pleased. Although her divine responsibility was opposed to Hela's, if she absorbed the divine power from this orb, she could convert it into 3 points of natural divine power. However, after contemplating for a moment, she abandoned the idea. If I absorb the divine power in this orb, it would no longer be a divine artifact. Li Mu gazed at the orb, a thought in mind. Hela's research on souls is very deep. Legend has it she could even create divine artifacts capable of containing divine soul power. I wonder if this orb has such a function. Unfortunately, the orb was currently in a damaged state. After some identification, Li Mu found it only had the capabilities of storing divine power, storing soul power, and transforming the undead. Maybe, once I repair it, I can understand its full power. Hehe, if it truly can contain divine soul power, perhaps I can realize some of my ideas in advance. Li Mu was quite tempted. She thought of manifestation. One of the main reasons preventing her descent was that with her current divine power, she couldn't create a body capable of supporting her divine soul power. But if this orb could house divine soul power, she could create a body centered around this orb for her divine descent. Moreover, the presence of Hela's divine power within the orb could hide her aura, allowing her to avoid being recognized by other true gods at critical moments, making it even more useful than her own crafted manifestation. Although the players have limitless potential and the indigenous believers are excellent helpers, it doesn't mean that Li Mu could rely entirely on them. They were still too weak, and some matters would be more convenient for her to handle herself. For example, if Li Mu had a body crafted with Hela's soul storage orb as the core, she could take out the goblin nest herself without worrying about retribution from Mueller, the god of winter and hunting. She could also intervene in secret when players confront Euler's minions, solving problems the players couldn't handle. And Euler wouldn't be able to trace his roots back to her. At most, he'd think it was the work of a follower of the death god. But what would Hela's followers have to do with me, the world tree? Ahem, considering Hela is a recluse only staying in the netherworld and doesn't communicate with the gods, if Euler really noticed, she could just reluctantly take the blame. Would a weak divine with little divine power like Euler dare to cause trouble for one with intermediate divine power? Ultimately, no matter from which angle, a free-moving body was necessary. With that in mind, Li Mu immediately began the repair of the orb, but as she started, she found that to fully restore the orb would require at least 20 points of her divine power and take a considerable amount of time. I only have 25 points of divine power right now. If I start repairing the orb immediately and my divine power drops below 10, I might fall into slumber once again. With this in mind, Li Mu decided to postpone the matter until after the players finished clearing out the goblins in Felenqui. I hope the number of divine blood crystals collected by the goblins won't disappoint me, she thought, expectantly. In the elf forest. After a day of battles, the sun had already set. Players were beginning to feel the fatigue and decided to return to camp to rest. Of course, fatigue was one part, another was that many planned to level up and change classes, while others intended to watch. After this mission, more than half of the 300 players had reached level 10, with nearly 100 reaching the standard for promotion to level 11 Black Iron. Unlike the promotion before level 10, moving up to level 11 Black Iron required going through the Natural Temple's class change procedure. So players returned, queuing up in front of the Natural Temple in Elf Town. Even class changing has a queue? This is too real, isn't it? Dima complained, looking at the dozen or so people in front of the line. Hearing his words, Li Mu shrugged. You have to line up even for tasks, let alone class changes. I'm curious about how things will be handled when the full version is released. That's not our problem to worry about. The two chatted as they moved forward with the line. At the front of the line, players who had successfully changed classes were already emerging. Li Mu could faintly hear them discussing contribution points, equipment, and skills excitedly, making him quite curious. Could it be? Contribution points are used to exchange for equipment and skills? He had a few guesses. Players who succeeded in changing classes were ecstatic. They moved their bodies while excitedly trying out sword techniques or magic. From afar, Li Mu could already feel the player's strength had greatly increased, so much so that it was almost like a complete transformation. He clearly saw little Xian Miao coming out of the temple, and this elfin girl excitedly threw a fireball technique at an ancient tree in the front right, only to blow up a nearly completed building on the front left instead. Of course, after that, she was quickly invited for tea by the head of the construction team, Gu Gu Niao. Not sure whose house that was. A bit unfortunate. Li Mu shook his head. Hearing Li Mu's words, Dima looked curiously in his direction. His smile gradually faded. Oh crap! It seems to be mine. He shouted furiously. Little Xian Miao, stop right there. My two-story villa. After shouting, he gave up on the line altogether and dashed straight over. Li Mu. He silently mourned for Dima for a second and continued queuing. A moment later, it was finally his turn. Chapter 38. Li Mu took a deep breath and walked into the temple. At this moment, a spot had already been cleared in front of the statue of the goddess on the altar. He checked the career change tutorial in the game system and approached the goddess statue. After calming his excited mood a little, Li Mu knelt on one knee and earnestly recited as instructed by the tutorial. Praise be to the Mother Nature, praise be to the Goddess of Life, praise be to the great elven sovereign Yggdrasil. As soon as he finished speaking, the statue radiated a dazzling light, engulfing him. Li Mu's consciousness blurred, and he found himself back in the character creation scene. Ding! The career change ceremony has begun. Your professional field is spellcasters. Please select your new class. This career change will cost you 10,000 experience points and 200 contribution points. As this is your first career change, you'll receive an opportunity for cross-field change. Upon successful change, your level will directly increase to level 11, Black Iron lower. After the career change, you'll receive a blessing from the goddess and gain a new professional skill. After the first career change, subsequent changes will be fixed to the professional field and cannot cross fields, please choose carefully. Accompanied by the melodious system prompts, Li Mu received the career change notification. Crossfield change. Li Mu was intrigued. He examined it carefully and quickly realized this was meant for players who didn't like their current profession. It meant during the first career change, those in strength-based professions could switch to a spell-casting profession, and vice versa. Haha, this planning is quite considerate. Li Mu commented. Suppressing the anticipation in his heart, he looked over the available professions for career change. There were 6 professions available for career change. The strength-based professions were archer, warrior, and hunter, with development directions focused on long-range burst and sniping, melee damage and tanking, stealth tracking, and assassinations, respectively. The spell-casting professions were druid, mage, and priest, with development directions focused on support control and damage output, long-range offensive and magic crafting, and support healing and protection, respectively. Li Mu was quite satisfied with being a spellcaster, so he didn't intend to switch to a strength-based profession, instead focusing on the 3 spell-casting professions. He didn't very much like violent damage-dealing roles, nor was he a fan of rune carving or crafting magical tools, so he first ruled out the mage profession. And although the priest was on the career change list, Li Mu found that this profession was temporarily closed for switching upon a closer look, so he was left with one final choice. Change to druid. He confirmed. He envisioned himself as a team commander, and control and support skills were most suitable for him. The versatile druid had an advantage in this area, making it the perfect choice. Not only that, his current skills entangling vines and heal minor injuries were already druid skills. Confirm, change to druid. Career change begins. Upon receiving confirmation from Li Mu, the 10,000 experience points and 200 contribution points in his game system were instantly deducted, and a gentle, sacred power enveloped him. Li Mu once again felt the exhilarating sensation of gaining power. He felt his 5 senses further enhanced, and his perception of magic, especially his attunement to nature, grew ever sharper. Seconds later, the career change concluded, and Li Mu eagerly checked his character card. Name, Li Mu. Race, Elf. Profession, Druid. Level, 11, Black Iron Lower. Experience points, 0/30,000. Health points, 1,500/1,500. Magic points, 2,000/2,000. Attributes, Constitution, 150, Strength, 100, Agility, 100, Magic Power, 200. Skills, Heal Wounds, Tier 1, Vine Spell, Tier 1, Nature's Whisper, Tier 1. Title, Goblin Slayer. All attributes had doubled again. And his constitution was also strengthened. Li Mu felt delighted. In addition, his skills Heal Minor Injuries and Entangling Vines had both leveled up, becoming Tier 1 new spells. Besides these 2 spells, he gained a new skill, Nature's Whisper. Li Mu reviewed it and discovered that this skill allowed him to communicate with plants and animals, gathering information from them. I must be unstoppable on this support path. Li Mu chuckled. Apart from the 3 skills, he noticed he still had 2 vacant skill slots. A Black Iron lower level class holder could master a total of 5 skills. Career change successful. The system's voice sounded again, engulfing Li Mu in light as he exited the career change space. As his vision shifted, Li Mu found himself still standing before the goddess statue. Ding! Player has reached level 11, unlocking subsequent functions. Exchange function enabled. Friend function enabled. Guild function enabled. These 3 functions were common in online games, and Eve had already integrated them into the system long ago. Li Mu glanced over the latter 2, but was eager to check out the exchange function. Exchange function, contribution points can be used to exchange for equipment, skills, reset career change opportunities, perfect resurrection times, disguise times, etc., at the natural temple. Contribution points can be traded between players. Looking at this function, Li Mu stroked his chin. It seemed this was the game store for Elf Kingdom, hinting that in the future, topping up would be through contribution points. He opened the exchange interface. At this moment, there were still very few items on the exchange interface. Li Mu bypassed the others and went straight to the skill exchange interface. Since all his skills were support-based, it would be best to acquire an attack skill for self-defense. Piercing Wood Spell, Strength of the Bull, Grace of the Cat. At a glance, Li Mu saw several skills that piqued his interest, but once he noted the required contribution points. The least expensive skill requires 2,000 contribution points. He swallowed hard. Currently, he had only 100 points left, nowhere near enough. No way, I have to quickly take on tasks and find a way to boost my contribution points. Li Mu shook his head, feeling a sense of urgency. All players were afflicted with compulsive tendencies, and seeing empty skill slots made them eager to fill them up. Then, curious, he clicked on the equipment interface. In an instant, dozens of pieces of equipment with purple borders appeared before his eyes. Whoa! Purple epic gear! The half-beast equipment refurbished by Eve was visually stunning. Despite Li Mu not being a strength-type player, he couldn't help but be dazzled. Beast head half-armor, refined scimitar, and they're limited in quantity. Are they limited editions? So pricey, the cheapest still requires 5,000 contribution points. How long would it take to grind those? Oh! There's even a devil's wand. Wow! Gold gear! It's a legendary gold tier item. Li Mu was awestruck. The wand was the devil wood from which Eve had removed the treasure bead. After removing the seal, the devil wood was damaged. However, Eve had still spent 0.05 divine power of reuse, remaking it into a black iron tier legendary gold level item, named Devil's Wand. Li Mu instantly took a liking to it. However, when his eyes traveled to the contribution point requirements, 64,800 contribution points, he felt somewhat stupefied. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu clutched his liver. Oh no, my liver hurts. Chapter 39. Putting away the sadness that was struck by the contribution points, Li Mu checked the instructions for obtaining contribution points. There are two ways to earn contribution points. 1. Complete narrative tasks. 2. Exchange items at the natural temple. Narrative tasks? Li Mu was taken aback, recalling the instance task they were still working on, former holy city. As it stood, although they had eliminated many goblins, in reality, the three objectives of this task. 1. Establish a stable teleportation array. 2. Eliminate all entrenched goblins. 3. Find the divine blood crystal in the ruins. They hadn't actually completed any of them. However, after the exchange system was opened, the detailed information on obtaining contribution points in the first instance task was further specified. Participating in the establishment of the teleportation array, you could earn 500 contribution points. Participating in killing a goblin, you could earn 10 contribution points. Killing a goblin alone, you could earn 50 contribution points. Participating in killing a goblin priest, you could earn 50 contribution points. Killing a goblin priest alone, you could earn 500 contribution points. Sacrificing a divine blood crystal, you could earn 800 contribution points. Contribution points will be settled after each task objective is completed. After reading these messages, Li Mu's heart immediately began to pound. Kill goblins, establish the teleportation array, find divine blood crystals. Although Li Mu had already been looking forward to the first instance task, now that he truly understood the function of contribution points, he wished he could fly to Felenqui immediately. We must act quickly. Now many people have leveled up to 11, and the threat of goblins will weaken a lot. Next, it depends on who kills faster and more. While the task of establishing the array can be completed together, the other two objectives depend on who is faster. Killing goblins and finding crystals is the real source of contribution points. We must hurry to complete it first. Li Mu quickly made a decision. Once everything was understood, he quickly exited the natural temple and prepared to contact a few old teammates. But when he arrived at the camp square, he was stunned. At this moment, the square was already filled with quite a few players who had advanced to level 11. Li Mu had spent too much time looking at the exchange interface, and at this time, almost all the players who could change their professions had done so. Yet, after the change in profession, none of them had logged off. All the combat players had bright eyes, with a faint eagerness in the air. And in the square, there was a clamor of calls rising one after another. Forming a group, forming a group. Strong assault on the holy city of Felenqui. Farming goblins and searching for divine blood crystals. 5 need 1, looking for a tank-type warrior. Only black iron lower. Buying divine blood crystals. 800 RMB each. Buying contribution points. Buying contribution points. 1-to-1 ratio, supporting Zhifubeo and WeChat money transfers. Even Dimasha, whose house had been blown up, came over excitedly. Brother Mew, did you see that? The exchange system. All epic purple equipment. Less than 30 pieces in the entire server. I want to collect a full set of warrior gear. It might not be realistic, but at least exchange for a scimitar. So, should we go all night tonight? Li Mew. Crazy. Everyone was crazy. After figuring out the contribution points system, the players who had changed their profession went insane. More powerful skills, better and cooler equipment. Everything required contribution points to exchange. All combat profession players were eager to stay up late grinding tasks. Tonight in the elf forest was destined to be a sleepless night. Eve, observing all of this from high above, sighed. She silently drew a symbol of the Mother Nature in her heart for the goblins of Felenqui, quietly praying. May you be happy tonight, little green darlings. To receive the blessing of the true God, the goblins could consider their life fulfilled. Eve thought with satisfaction. In the Felenqui ruins. After a day of activities, the goblins also returned to their lair. Having endured the lures and kills by players, at this moment, the goblins in Felenqui had been reduced by almost 1/3. Even if they were not very intelligent, they felt a touch of unease. And what made the goblins even more uneasy was that their leader the high priest Gilyalo had been out for a day and had not returned. For the high priest who never strayed far from the temple, this was very unusual. Fortunately, the existence of the other 3 goblin priests suppressed the unrest within the tribe, not allowing this sense of panic to continue spreading among the goblins. However, it was only temporary. Goblins, being creatures that bully the weak and are infinitely greedy, would fall apart without a strong leader to suppress them. At this time, the other 3 goblin priests in Felenqui were in conflict. In the dilapidated temple, the 3 goblin priests sat around a basin of faint green shining crystals, trapped in an eerie silence. If players were there, they would surely recognize the crystals in the stone basin as divine blood crystals of the world tree. A total of 26. A moment later, one of the goblin priests spoke. The high priest must have met with misfortune, or he wouldn't leave these things behind. These are offerings to the true God. He has always been greedy and selfish, as well as conceited. If something truly happened to him, he deserved it. Another goblin priest said, gloating. He had long been displeased with Gilyalo. Why did Gilyalo, also a follower of the Father God, receive preferential treatment? It was nothing more than luck that he gained the inheritance of the undead mage. The other 2 goblin priests did not refute, they shared the same thoughts. It was just that before, Gilyalo was powerful, and they dared not speak. After a moment of silence, the 3rd goblin priest said. The true God's reward will only be given to those who contribute the most, so how should we deal with these things? He pointed to the divine blood crystals in front of them. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an inexplicable stagnation in the atmosphere within the temple. It's no wonder that many intelligent creatures looked down on goblins. Even if some of them advanced to become priests, they still lacked sufficient wisdom and vision. With the high priest missing, their first thought wasn't to examine the surrounding area for potential dangers, nor to decide whether to pray to the true God and report, but how to divide the spoils left by the high priest. After a moment, the first goblin priest to speak let out a low laugh, his voice shrill. Isn't it obvious? Only the powerful can have the opportunity to converse with the true God. Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere among the 3 goblins became even more stagnant. Just as they were about to come to blows, suddenly, a slight disturbance came from outside the temple. Sounds of shouting and killing, screams of agony, the clash of weapons, arose one after another. The ears of the 3 goblin priests twitched, and they looked at each other with confusion and vigilance. At this moment, a goblin stumbled into the temple, covered in wounds, full of panic. What happened? The goblin priests frowned. The wounded goblin's face was full of despair. As soon as it entered, it fell to the ground, gesturing frantically and babbling as if provoked. After its gestures, the 3 goblin priests simultaneously stood up, their faces full of disbelief. What? You say the demons have attacked? Chapter 40. The 3 goblin priests exchanged glances and each let out a cold snort. Hide the offerings first, let's go out and see what's happening. Agreed. Humph. They stuffed the divine blood crystal behind the statue and, under the guidance of an injured goblin, made their way outside the temple. It was already late at night, with the silver moon hanging in the sky like a jade plate, but the goblins on the ground had no mood for appreciation. At this very moment, Felinqui had turned into chaos. Firelight and shouts filled every corner, making the already chaotic Felinqui ruins even more tumultuous under the deep night. When the 3 goblin priests arrived outside the temple, they finally laid eyes on the so-called devils. Goblins didn't have good eyesight, especially at night. They couldn't clearly see the appearance of the invaders, but they did see their eyes, glowing eerily in the darkness. Unlike goblins, the elves of Segis continent had night vision. Their sight was hardly affected at night, much like the nocturnal animals on Blue Planet. And their eyes, reflecting the silver moonlight, shone like lanterns in the dark. Coupled with the ferocious, greedy, and cold expressions in their eyes, and their cheers and grins while slaughtering goblins, they did resemble the devils from stories. What kind of monsters are these? The 3 goblin priests felt a chill down their spines. One of them shivered slightly and, mustering courage, began to chant, casting a lighting divine skill. Under the brilliant holy light, a large area was illuminated, and the silhouettes of the intruders were etched into the goblins' eyes entirely. Elves. Seeing their grim and excited faces, the curved blades, bows, and even ragged clothes hung upon them, their bodies almost dyed red with blood, the 3 goblins exclaimed simultaneously. No, were they really elves? Elves were known as peace-loving creatures. Even during the most difficult times for their race, they only drove goblins away and never slaughtered them. But these beings. At just a glance, the priests saw something in them that definitely didn't belong to elves. Greed, coldness, ruthlessness. They looked at the goblins as if they were prey. They killed for the sake of killing, feeling excited about it. They even ignored their injuries for the hunt, as if they weren't wounded at all. Not only that, whenever they killed a goblin, they took all its belongings, even if it was just a moldy stick or tattered garment. In the name of the winter and hunting god. Were these devils disguised as elves that escaped from hell? All 3 goblin priests were horrified. Meanwhile, when the goblin priests used the lighting divine skill, their figures were also seen by the elves. In an instant, all the elves brightened up, their eyes resembling monstrous beasts, sending chills to the goblin priests' hearts. Priests. They're goblin priests. 50 contribution points each. 500 for a solo kill. Get out of the way. Our team spotted them first. Kill them. They must have good stuff on them. The elfish voices grew more excited, bickering and shouting like a tidal wave crashing towards the 3 goblins. The goblin priests shivered and felt the black iron level energy fluctuation around them, and instantly grew the urge to retreat. Retreat, retreat, back to the temple. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and ran. Entangle. But before they could take 2 steps, a calm voice sounded. With the ripple of magic power, several vine thick as a wrist suddenly broke through the ground, winding towards them. The 3 goblin priests were terrified. They tried to dodge, but one of them was still caught by the vines. Well done, Brother Mew. The surrounding elves cheered. The entangled goblin priest was terrified. Ignoring everything else, it began chanting spells desperately. However, just as it began to chant, a nameless sense of heart palpitations surged through it. Danger! There's danger! Suddenly, there was a flash of cold light. It felt like a breeze suddenly blew past behind it, and then it knew nothing. Its head flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, an elf wielding a curved blade slowly revealed himself behind its corpse. He was entirely hidden in the darkness, expression indifferent, silent like a mute killer. Whoa! 1 strike kill. Headshot. Boxed meal boss, you're impressive. Are hunters really this strong? The surrounding elves let out exclamations. There were even assassins. The 2 fleeing goblin priests looked back, scared into an even faster escape. They split paths, running to the left and right towards the temple. Escape. We must escape into the temple. Only by entering the temple do we have a slim chance of survival. Seeing the 2 priests seizing their chance to flee into the distance, all the elves exploded. We can't let them escape. Long-range magic. Long-range magic. Boom. Boom. With massive magical fluctuations, fireballs exploded behind them, wind blades lifted stone debris. However, the elves didn't seem very proficient, as their accuracy in long-range attacks was quite poor. At this moment, the goblin priest running on the left heard the shouts of those devilish elves again. Little Xian Miao. Don't cast recklessly, Aim to the right. Aim properly, hit the one on the right. Right? The fleeing goblin priest glanced at its companion on the right, feeling slightly relieved. But the goblin on the right was nearly scared out of its wits. Before the priest on the left could relax, a massive fireball struck it, engulfing it with a thunderous roar. Haha, that was accurate. Well done, little Xian Miao. A cheer echoed from the elves behind. In the last conscious second of the goblin priest, only one grievance lingered. Weren't they supposed to hit the right one? Witnessing the deaths of its two companions, the last goblin priest ran even faster, casting all the divine arts it could muster onto itself. Thanks to the sacrifice of its two companions, it finally broke free and reached the temple. Without any hesitation, the goblin priest stumbled to flee before the statue, fumbling to pull out the hidden divine blood crystal, trembling as it began to set up the ritual, suppressing its inner fear to start praying. Praise, praise winter, and hunting, great true God, your servant needs your help. As soon as the words fell, a faint glow began to gather on the statue. Chapter 41. The Seventh One. Bosun took a deep breath and pulled his scimitar out of the goblin's throat. The tactile sensation of the blade cutting through flesh was so real, accompanied by the spray of warm, bloody mist that splattered all over his head and face. He had not chosen the combat screen harmony option in the game system. Unlike many players who couldn't adapt to the gore, he loved the feeling of close quarters killing in the game, as if he were on a battlefield wrestling with criminals. This gave him a sense of freedom and nostalgia he couldn't obtain in reality. Especially after he advanced to level 11 Black Iron lower, transitioned to become a hunter, and gained the stealth skill. Wiping the blade gently on his hempen clothing, Bosun frowned. It was slightly blunted. The scimitars obtained from goblins were much sharper than wooden swords, but their durability seemed to be less. Of course, Bosun didn't know that it was because the wooden sword was personally crafted by Eve, which, although not sharp enough, was more robust and durable. He discarded the scimitar in his hand and replaced it with another he had taken from a previously slain goblin. Then he lifted his head and glanced around. The elf's body granted Bosun excellent night vision capabilities, allowing everything in Felinqui to be clearly reflected in his eyes, even at night. The goblins had all been awakened and were now being chased and hacked by more than 70 players who had transitioned to Black Iron lower. The gap brought about by the change in rank was indeed terrifying. In the afternoon, players needed to cooperate in groups of 2 or 3 to exhaust a single goblin, but after rising to Black Iron, with enhanced physical qualities and skill fortification, goblins were not a match for the players one-on-one. Even the relatively timid female players, after using the thrust skill, would charge in with their screams of both fear and excitement. Then, without even realizing it, they would stab those goblins, who had no time or chance to react, right through, and with a scream as the blood showered them, their cries grew even louder. Not to mention those battle-crazy and hardcore players who were gradually adapting to the combat rhythm. For them, tonight, Felinqui had become the best playground and hunting ground. Bosun shook his head and once again activated the stealth skill. With the thought, his heartbeat and breathing immediately slowed, and his entire presence gradually faded away, almost merging into the darkness. He was going to hunt down the last goblin priest. If he wasn't mistaken, it had just escaped toward the temple. He wasn't the only player with the same idea, those participating in the priest's slaying were also heading toward the temple. A priest's contribution value was worth 5 goblins. Even the experience points provided by slaying a priest were much higher than those from ordinary goblins. Moreover, from the current scenario, they were much weaker than the previous world bosses, practically a free offering. What's more, according to the task info provided by the goddess, the temple was the most likely place for divine blood crystals to drop. Each piece of divine blood crystal was worth 800 contribution points. The players, driven by their desire for experience and contribution points, swarmed toward the rundown temple. In the temple, the lone goblin priest kneeled and prostrated in prayer under the statue of the god of winter and hunting. As it prayed, the light on the statue grew stronger and stronger, even the 26 divine blood crystals before it began to emit a faint halo. Under the goblin priest's feet, a mysterious giant circular array slowly formed, with silver brilliance continuously weaving patterns. When the players burst into the temple, this was exactly what they saw. Divine blood crystals. So many divine blood crystals. They brightened with excitement and shouted. However, Bosun, who stealthily entered, saw more. He glanced at the array on the ground, his expression gradually becoming grave. This was a sacrificial array? His memory was always quite sharp. When Oak Guardian bosses sacrificed the skull wand to the goddess Eve, he had silently watched from the side, barely imprinting an impression of the array's form. And the array under the goblin priest, though slightly different from the one Barca drew, was almost identical overall. Almost in an instant, Bosun pieced everything together. It's a sacrificial array. No good. Everyone, stop it. It's trying to sacrifice the divine blood crystals to the divine. At the same time, Li Mu's urgent cry rang out from the temple entrance. Clearly, this seasoned streamer had also recognized the sacrificial array beneath the priest. Sacrificial array. The players were shocked upon hearing this. No, stop it quickly. Where are the ranged skills? Use ranged skills quickly. Destroy that array quickly. Almost simultaneously, all the ranged players began throwing skills onto the ground recklessly. Under the goblin priest's terrified gaze, fireballs, wind blades, lightning strikes, vines, every single offensive spell it could think of was coming its way. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the slate floor shattered under the magical onslaught, and the array, which was almost formed, was instantly destroyed. Even the goblin priest at the array's center, due to magical backlash, spat a mouthful of fresh blood, its body instantly aged. However, although the array was damaged, the light on the statue did not diminish, on the contrary, it became increasingly intense. The players barely had time to rejoice over destroying the array when they heard a majestic and divine cold snort. Humph! That sound was deafening, ethereal, as if it crossed the void, bearing endless wrath from being offended. Everyone was briefly dazed, their minds dizzy, and faint streaks of blood emerged from their noses and ears. Even Bosun, who was lurking, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, falling out of his stealth state. What just happened? Could it be a triggered boss? Cough cough. Damn, my health bar dropped by half, cough cough. The players stumbled all over, coughing blood, trying hard to open their eyes wide while vigilantly looking at the statue at the temple's center. Suddenly, the light on the statue became even more dazzling, while the 26 divine blood crystals scattered on the ground began to float slowly, seemingly drawn, moving toward the statue. In the players' eyes of shock, the divine blood crystals in the statue started gradually merging, blossoming with dazzling light. Amidst the growing oppressive aura, the light continuously expanded, eventually forming into a semi-transparent energy giant composed of intertwined golden-green photons. The figure was vague, with a muscular body, wielding a giant axe and a longbow. His appearance bore an 80 to 90% resemblance to the Euler statue. Chapter 42. The goblin, aged and worn out from the backlash of magic, struggled to lift its head. It widened its eyes, looking at the towering energy giant in disbelief. The image in front of it slowly overlapped with its impression of the god of winter and hunting. Your Majesty! Its lips trembled with fear and awe, so much that it couldn't manage even a single coherent sentence. The energy giant glanced at it, and though its gaze was neither joyful nor sad, betraying no emotion, a cold snort that followed expressed her dissatisfaction, making the goblin shiver instinctively. At the same time, along with a brilliant silver light and ethereal hymn, a tremendous divine pressure was instantly released from the giant. It was the natural oppression of a higher being toward a lower one, stemming from the essence of life itself. The divine soul pressure of a true god. The goblin priest felt an irresistible force strike its soul, causing a headache that nearly made it faint on the spot. It collapsed to the ground, unable to move, but its heart kept roaring wildly with a hint of joyful relief. It was a true god. This was the power of a true god. After glancing at the goblin, the energy giant quickly turned its attention to the intruders flooding into the temple. Elves! Her deep, hoarse, and solemn voice carried a hint of confusion. When she saw the players' forms, even her indistinct face seemed slightly surprised. For some reason, under the giant's divine soul pressure, the players did not tremble like the goblin. On the contrary, though they coughed up blood, their eyes shone brightly, seemingly unaffected in spirit. They stared at her with unparalleled curiosity and vigilance, lacking fear or respect, possessing only novelty and excitement. Even more, some began to murmur incessant exclamations. It's a boss! Definitely a boss! No way, is this Euler? It looks like that statue. So ugly. Far worse than the goddess. But these special effects are pretty amazing. It just scared me for a moment. Feels so strong, can't gauge its depth. Are we gonna get wiped out? Should we just run away? I've only got one perfect resurrection left. Energy giant. Though she couldn't quite understand the discussions of these ants, she sensed the offense in their words. Divine dignity could not be desecrated. The energy giant roared in anger, and her massive energy palm slammed down on the players, instantly turning 4 or 5 unlucky ones into mosaics. What the hell? What the hell? The remaining players were nearly stunned in shock. They didn't care about coughing up blood, scrambling to their feet and fleeing in all directions, cursing the game designers for the game's atrocious balance as they ran. The slap nearly brought the temple crashing down, the difference in power was just too great. Looking at the bodies of the elves she had swatted to death, unable to sense a trace of soul within, the energy giant's features seemed even more surprised. Not elves. A heavy voice rumbled forth. And at the moment the energy giant appeared, several dozen kilometers away, Eve also sensed it. Startled, she turned her attention toward the direction of Felenqui, her heart heavy with a hint of solemnity. Strange divine power. Soon, her heart sank slightly. For she discovered that several of the light particles belonging to the players in the divine space extinguished simultaneously in an instant. Not only that, but more were continuously being snuffed out. An instant kill. After pondering for a moment, she divided a part of her consciousness, carefully hiding her presence, and directed it toward those still flickering light particles. As her vision shifted, Eve quickly acquired the player's viewpoint within the temple. At this moment, the energy giant seemed to be in a frenzy, attacking the players like swatting flies, occasionally hitting an unlucky one. The temple was in utter chaos. With no hope of victory in sight, many players had already fled, but quite a few stayed, hiding around with an apparent desire to give it a try. Euler. Having received the World Tree's inheritance, Eve also recognized the energy giant's identity. It left her startled. Good heavens, we were just grinding goblins, how did we draw this guy over here? And it's even a divine avatar. How did he manage so much divine power across 2 realms? Just for a few goblins. Eve felt this god was simply insane, completely disregarding the rules, instantly throwing her plans into disarray. Her next thought was to run. No kidding, if the other one discovered her presence, she was done for, she was still in a near-death state. A divine power avatar had the strength of at least legendary. But just as the thought of fleeing arose, Eve quickly suppressed it. That's not right. Her avatar didn't seem that strong. Moreover, she didn't seem to notice me. The players swatted to death were to be revived on the World Tree. Even though Eve had tried to minimize her natural aura during the teleportation, if a true god's avatar descended with the addition of a divine conscience, it would be impossible for it not to notice the anomaly within. With this thought, Eve boldly observed the energy giant once more. And upon that observation, she immediately spotted the issue. It's a temporary avatar constructed using natural divine power. Seeing the faint green photons on the energy giant, Eve came to a sudden realization. Then, she marveled. How much natural divine power was collected for this? She quickly understood her opponent's state. Euler did indeed appear, but only as a sliver of consciousness. And the divine power avatar he formed was forcibly created using natural divine power. In this state, the avatar's energy was chaotic, even if it included a sliver of divine consciousness, she couldn't detect Eve's aura within it. After all, her avatar was already filled with the natural divine power from the World Tree. Not only that, she even struggled to control the avatar, which was internally chaotic with energy. With this realization, Eve observed the energy giant's state again. At that moment, she discerned more. It's a divine blood crystal. This guy has forcefully condensed an avatar by relying on the World Tree's divine blood crystal, and it's highly unstable. She has to suppress the backlash of natural divine power and can't fully exert the avatar's intended strength. No wonder she forcibly descended, it must be to reclaim the crystal. The natural divine power has to be over 30 points, even I would be tempted. Tisk tisk, slurp, over 30 points. Eve felt a tinge of envy. However, her state is unstable, and with constant external agitation disrupting the energy balance, the avatar will soon collapse on its own. The divine blood crystal will also be extracted. Understanding everything, Eve relaxed. She looked at the players hiding around and had an idea in her mind. Indeed, Euler's energy avatar was incredibly strong. Even an avatar forcibly condensed had powers far beyond what players could match, and each of its strikes was nearly at legendary strength. Yet, if one were only to disrupt the avatar's energy balance. Throwing enough lives at it could achieve that. After all, the Euler avatar, needing to suppress the backlash of natural divine power, was too slow and cumbersome. He moved even slower than the agile elves. For the players, he was like a target standing still. With this in mind, Eve took a deep breath. Fine, I'll bleed a little for this once. Upon saying that, Eve began channeling divine power. However, she paused just a moment after starting, took out Hela's soul storage orb after a moment of thought, and painfully extracted 0.1 divine power value to invest in the game's censorship feature. With this done, she nodded satisfactorily in her consciousness, once more urging her divine power to transmit countless pieces of information to the players in Felenqui. At the same time, the players in the temple received a new system message. Ding! Warning! Warning! A plot boss has appeared, a plot boss has appeared. Plot description: to obtain the power of the world tree, the despicable Euler forcefully condensed an avatar and stole the divine blood crystal originally belonging to the goddess. However, her state is unstable. For the glory of the elves, you decide to bravely confront her and reclaim the goddess's power. Quest objective: Euler's divine power avatar. Quest level: 11+. Quest reward: contribution points and experience points, corresponding to the damage contribution to the boss kill. Minimum reward contribution points 300, minimum reward experience points 1000. Quest tip: Euler's avatar is unstable, disrupt her energy, and she will break without attack. Euler will attempt to withdraw from combat, do not allow her the chance to return. Ding! Plot quest activated, all engaged players enter Infinite Resurrection mode. Infinite Resurrection: until Euler's divine power avatar is defeated or retreats, all participating players will be continuously perfectly resurrected, with rank unchanged upon death. Victory condition: Euler's avatar successfully collapses. Failure condition: Euler's avatar successfully returns. Ding! Boss status has been updated, current stability 100%. Amidst all players' astonished gazes, a red bar appeared above the energy giant in their view. That was the stability of Euler's avatar. Or rather the health bar. Chapter 43. Reveal the health bar. It's Euler. It's really the storyline boss. Seeing the system prompt, the players' eyes lit up. And when they saw the quest rewards and the line in the system panel, player status, infinite resurrection, all their worries were thrown aside. They were invigorated, and the way they looked at the giant changed once more. It was no longer a terrifying boss, but a bundle of adorable experience points and shiny contributions waiting to be collected. The rewards for this storyline boss were no worse than the Goblin World boss before. Moreover, there was no worry of losing a level this time. All at once, the players were tempted. Looking at the elves staring at them intently, a sudden unease washed over Euler's avatar. She roared once more and slammed her palm down, turning two more distracted players into pancakes. But this time, no one ran away. Demasha eagerly glanced at the system panel and shouted. "What are you standing around for? Go get him!" After yelling, he enthusiastically charged at the giant. Euler's avatar gave him a cold glance, then stomped down. Splat! He got squashed to a pulp, and even his equipment wasn't spared. Li Mu! Lunchbox! Little Xian Miao! Witnessing this scene, the players calmed down. They shared a glance with each other, nodded, and then turned to run out of the temple. Trying to escape. The avatar let out a mocking laugh, moving her heavy body to give chase. However, when she reached outside the temple, she froze in disbelief. The elves hadn't continued fleeing. On the contrary, they had returned with their weapons. But unlike before, now they had nothing on them except wooden swords and staffs, especially the melee elves. In the distance, elves were stripping off equipment and handing it to low-level players watching from the sidelines for safekeeping. All at once, Felenqui was aglow with holy light. But unlike before, this holy light was dim and deep, with a faint aura of death. It was what Eve had conjured using Hela's divine power. She had deliberately amplified the aura of death to disguise her own natural essence. Looking at the group of elves radiating the aura of death, Euler's avatar paused. A hint of doubt flashed across her indistinct face. Hela! She couldn't help but doubt it. Among all the true gods, only two had the highest knowledge of studying souls. One was the fallen true god with great divine power, Yggdrasil, sovereign of nature, life and the world of elves. The other was the death god and lord of the netherworld with moderate divine power, Hela. And Euler couldn't sense any soul aura from these elves, but she could perceive the faint death aura. Obviously, the conclusion was clear as day. At this moment, Euler was almost convinced that these strange elves in front of her were definitely conjured by death god Hela. Her heart filled with increasing uncertainty, she couldn't understand why Hela's followers had appeared in the mortal world. However, before she could make any more decisions, the players were already losing patience. The elves before her shouted in excitement. Charge! For the elves, for the goddess! Get him! Defeat Euler! Yura! After shouting, dozens of strength-type elves charged at her, their bodies glowing with countless skill effects. In the distance, dozens more elves roamed while chanting, casting dazzling magic continuously upon her. They had no reverence for the divine. Even less fear of death. Euler's avatar couldn't feel pain, but facing the elves' audacity, she was truly furious. Though she feared Hela's power, it didn't mean mere mortals could tarnish the dignity of a true god. Even if they were Hela's followers. Roar! The avatar made of divine power let out an angry roar and drew her battle axe. Now, she was serious. For daring to attack a divine avatar, there would be a price to pay. The massive axe of divine power slashed down, and a terrifying crevice opened in the ground, deep and seemingly bottomless. All affected players shattered into pieces. Damn! The boss is going big. Circle behind. Everyone circle behind. This big guy is slow. We'll kite him. The players let out a gasp of surprise, but they were unfazed and continued attacking her like relentless flies. Euler's avatar grew more irritated. Though the elves' attacks were weak, she knew her condition wasn't great either. She couldn't afford a prolonged battle and needed to wipe them out quickly. The avatar's eyes flashed as she growled and intensified her attacks. With her increased onslaught, the elves' casualties soared instantly. Yet, just as Euler's avatar thought she was about to wipe out these damn insects, dozens more holy light elves, cloaked in the aura of death, raced over. The avatar's gaze shifted instinctively, and she was slightly taken aback. Because she found that the incoming elves were actually all those she had just annihilated. Undead. Euler's avatar's thick voice carried a hint of heaviness. At that moment, she thought of much more. With the elves losing their true god, their souls ordinarily would go to the netherworld upon death. But these elves seemed to have their souls hidden away. They were undying beings, akin to undead with hidden life vessels. Could it be? Are they part of Hela's heroic spirit army? Her voice bore disbelief. But how could Hela's heroic spirit army possibly appear in Sege's world? That was a true God's Guard Corps, tasked with guarding the realm of death and the netherworld. Moreover, why was their power so weak? In that instant, Euler was bewildered. However, players didn't care about her thoughts. Seeing the energy giant seemingly lost in thought, their eyes lit up. She's stunned. The boss is stunned. Quick, attack him while he's vulnerable. Use more ranged magic attacks. It'll chip away his health faster. All at once, countless spells and sword techniques rained down on Euler's avatar. Feeling the godly power churning within her, the giant's indistinct expression changed slightly. She roared. Get lost! Simultaneously, a hint of retreat formed in her heart. There was no need to keep struggling here. If they were truly Hela's heroic spirit army, she wouldn't be able to defeat them unless she sent a true avatar or a totem guardian. Hela must be plotting something in the elf forest. Yet, since that one wasn't personally overseeing this place, her schemes must be limited. There was no need for her to waste her time here. The elf forest's matters could be investigated further by the believers in secret later. For now, the most important task was to return the divine blood crystal within the avatar. With this thought, Euler's avatar swung her axe once more, driving the elves back while secretly preparing to return. Oh, trying to escape now. Eve, from the player's perspective, observed the shift in Euler's divine power. She let out a cold laugh and once more invoked divine power. In an instant, all attacking players saw the boss's health bar change once again. Underneath the health bar appeared an orange energy bar that steadily filled, accompanied by a system warning. Euler's avatar has started preparing to return. The return will commence once the process is complete. Upon reading this, the player's eyes turned red. Oh no! He's trying to run. Can't let him escape. We barely took down a quarter of his health. The reward. We've been battling for so long. quickly disrupt his process. Yura! With a loud cry, they stopped holding back and launched a death-defying charge. The mages didn't save any more magic power either, unleashing all their skills before committing suicide, quickly resurrecting, and rushing back into the battle. Chapter 44. Seeing the elves almost instantly driven mad, Euler felt a bit suffocated. What is wrong with these bugs? Do they want to stop my return? Just them? A surge of offended rage suddenly welled up in her heart. However, she quickly calmed down. Perceiving the increasingly unstable natural divine power as the players attacked, Euler's incarnation's pupils contracted slightly. No, they wanted to disrupt the energy of her incarnation. In an instant, she connected more dots. The divine blood crystal. Hela, that fellow must be after the divine blood crystal in her incarnation. Yes, Hela's death divine position was not complete. She has been at the peak of intermediate divine power for tens of thousands of years. Legend has it that to advance to powerful divine power, Hela once suffered a severe injury and has never fully recovered. Hela must have sensed the unsealing of the World Tree divine blood crystal and is now focusing on the World Tree to complete her divine position. The laws of death and life are opposing, yet they also share common ground. When things reach an extreme, they mutually transform. Understanding life can also lead to understanding death. As the fastest progressing divine in 2000 years, Euler had always felt proud of her wisdom. At this moment, she believed she had found the truth. Her enormous divine incarnation suddenly raised her head and roared towards the west. Hela! I have no intention of being your enemy. With your power, you can continue to seek other bloods of nature. Do not interfere with my matters. Add latest chapters at freehodnovlo only. The voice was vast, filled with deep caution and barely suppressed anger, spreading far, far away. Hela! Eve, who was spying from the player's perspective, was slightly taken aback. What did Euler mean? Could it be that death god Hela was here? For a moment, she became alert, considering whether to hide the soul storage orb first. However, as the moments passed, Eve did not sense the presence of death god. She felt puzzled, but then connected some dots, and a strange feeling began to brew in her heart. Could it be that the death divine power aura from the harmonious holy light made Euler mistake the players for minions of death god Hela? Eve did not know what expression to make. Honestly, when she obtained the soul storage orb, the thought of giving her future incarnations Hela's worshippers' disguise did cross her mind. However, this time, infusing Hela's divine power into the player's harmonious holy light was just her simple desire to add an extra safety lock to her exposure risk. Yet she didn't expect to overdo it. Euler actually mistook her elf army for Hela's handiwork. Ahem, a sinful mistake. But, wrong is wrong. At least Euler, with her meager divine power, wouldn't dare to lash out in front of intermediate divine power, and she definitely wouldn't dare to confront Hela in the netherworld. Moreover, with this connection to Hela, Euler's actions in the elf forest would likely be even more cautious afterward. This would give her more ample time to develop surreptitiously. Thinking of this, Eve had already decided to conveniently pin the blame on Hela, who stayed in the netherworld. Ahem, anyway, Miss Hela is so strong, she shouldn't care about being targeted by a true god with merely weak divine power, right? Speaking of which, her player army, in some sense, does resemble Hela's heroic spirit army a bit. However, when it comes to naming, Eve preferred to call them the Catastrophe Army. Thus, going all in, she painfully extracted 1 point of divine power from Hela's soul storage orb, tossed it into the connection channel with the players, and activated it using her methods of manipulating natural divine power. In an instant, a new system bar appeared again in the player's vision. Ding! Unyielding and fearless, your bravery has touched the great goddess, who has decided to bestow upon you her battle blessing. You have received a buff, Goddess's Blessing. Your weapon has received a buff, Goddess's Blessing. Effect: for the next hour, you will lose all negative emotions, and your weapon's attack and defense power will increase by 100%. All skill damage will carry a lethal effect, and energy interference effects will be doubled. The end of life is death, and the end of death is rebirth. Brave chosen ones, for the glory of the goddess and the elves, charge! Accompanied by the profound glow of divine power, all players felt a cold aura flow over them, and then all physical indicators were enhanced. It's a buff! They all exclaimed in delight. Feeling the continually rising power within their bodies and watching the steadily decreasing health bar of the boss before them, their fighting spirit was utterly ignited. Generally speaking, when such a buff appeared in a game battle, it meant that victory was near. Victory was at hand. The players all became serious, their expressions even more excited, and their shouts rang out one after another. The goddess's support is here. We have been strengthened. The boss can't hold on much longer. Defeat Uller. For the glory of the goddess and the elves. Charge! Yura! All at once, all players enhanced by Death Divine power started going all out. Feeling the effect of the Death Divine skill on the elves, the face of Uller's incarnation was twisted. Hela! She let out an angry roar, continuously backing away, wanting to escape the siege of the elves. Just like the goblin high priest Gililu of old. However, it was already too late. The bit of Death Divine power released by Eve was like the last straw on the camel's back. Empowered by Death Divine power, the players' attacks became sharper, and the stability of the energy giant began to plummet at a pace visible to the naked eye. Uller swatted down one player after another like flies, but soon they would come rushing back from afar. Eve decided to give it her all. To support the perfect resurrection of the players, she consumed as much as 1.5 points of natural divine power in one go. And the infiltration of Death Divine power further disrupted the already restless natural divine power within Uller's incarnation. Begone! Feeling the increasingly dire state, she let out an angered roar and then changed her strategy. The energy incarnation's divine power roiled, breaking free from the player's siege, and slowly rose from the ground. Damn it, it flew up. Taking advantage of our inability to fly. Where's the long-range output? Focus fire on it. The health bar is almost gone. Keep it up, everyone. Seeing the divine incarnation trying to float away to evade, the players shouted. However, the divine incarnation just waved her hand, and a semi-transparent barrier appeared beneath her, blocking all magic skills. Oh no! Not good. We can't hit it anymore. It's starting to channel a skill again. One slash. Just one more slash will do. The health bar is depleted. Looking at the ever-rising divine incarnation, all the players grew anxious. Humph, ants are still ants. Seeing the elves on the ground in chaos, Uller's incarnation let out a cold laugh and continued preparing to return. However, before she could finish channeling, a nimble figure dashed out from the elves. It was Heaven. He held a wooden sword in his hand, his expression unwavering, showing no joy or sorrow, like a cold warrior. He climbed and traversed the ruins of Felenqui like an elegant lynx, quickly reaching the highest point of the temple. Then, a skill's glow erupted from his body, and with a powerful leap, even the stone carvings on the temple roof shattered under his force. Skill Swift Leap. With the boost from the skill, he leaped nearly 7 to 8 meters, elegantly executed a double flip in mid-air, directly crossing the energy barrier, rushing toward Uller's divine incarnation. Skill Air Step. Under the astonished and angry gaze of the divine incarnation, Heaven flung his wooden sword in mid-air. The wooden sword swiftly struck Uller's incarnation in the eye, and that trace of Death Divine power finally became the last straw. Hela! In the anguished and furious roar of the divine incarnation, her body began to convulse violently, and dazzling light continuously gathered. This entire sequence of changes occurred within mere seconds, leaving the other players on the ground dumbfounded. After Heaven flung the flying sword, he fell from mid-air. As he was about to hit the ground, he once again used the skill Air Step, executed a beautiful roll, and then landed steadily on the ground. One knee touching the ground, void of emotion. Behind him came a rumbling noise. Amidst the dazzling light, the energy giant exploded into a magnificent firework, scattering in all directions. The divine light showered the ground, casting Heaven's figure into flickering shadows, while the world tree divine blood crystals emitting a faint green glow fell all around him. Chapter 45. We won. Well done. Watching the destruction of the divine power incarnation, the players cheered. Then, they focused their attention on the biggest contributor. It's Boxed Lunch. Such sharp moves, the skill combos were awesome. How did you just do that? Listening to the praise from other players, Boxed Lunch didn't say much. He quietly bent down and picked up the divine blood crystals scattered on the ground one by one. Meanwhile, a new system window appeared in all the players' view. Ding! Plot boss Uller's divine power incarnation has been defeated. Defeated by player Boxed Lunch. All players involved in the battle will receive rewards based on their damage contribution. Reward calculation begins. A system prompt also appeared in Boxed Lunch's view. Unlike the other players, his screen included a special effect of a chibi goddess cheering with fireworks. And immediately, his rewards followed. Ding! In this mission, you contributed 4.53% of the damage, earning 4532 experience points and 1373 contribution points. As the one who defeated Yggdrasil's divine power incarnation, you receive additional task rewards, 1000 contribution points, 3 perfect revival chances, exclusive title The Fearless. The Fearless, even when facing divine beings, your strong heart makes you fearless. The Fearless, hey? Looking at the system prompt, a ripple flashed through Boxed Lunch's deep pupils. He reached out his hand to dismiss the system's prompt about equipping the title, then stood up and walked toward the players. The players also received their task rewards. After briefly celebrating, they focused again on the boss's loot. What about the divine blood crystals? I just saw a bunch drop. This boss was loaded. No wonder it's a divine power incarnation. At least 20 pieces. Boxed Lunch seems to have picked them up. How are we splitting the crystals? Amidst the players' chatter, Boxed Lunch approached Li Mu. Although Li Mu hadn't contributed much damage in the recent battle, he had been actively involved in directing players. He had quietly taken on the role of the leader of the beta players, akin to a raid leader. Boxed Lunch walked straight up to Li Mu and handed over the 26 divine blood crystals he had picked up, his voice concise and powerful. You distribute these. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, then nodded and took the divine blood crystals. Instantly, over 70 pairs of eyes glimmered eagerly at him. After pocketing the divine blood crystals, Li Mu glanced at the eager players, feeling a bit of a headache. He pondered for a moment and said, I have 2 ideas, let's vote by raising hands, and the minority will yield to the majority. One is to exchange all the divine blood crystals for contribution points and then equally divide the points among us all. The other is to roll the dice and let luck decide. Based on the scores, the top 26 will get the divine blood crystals. The players looked at each other, nodded, and began voting by raising their hands. Finally, most leaned towards converting to contribution points and dividing them equally. After all, the function of the divine blood crystals was only to exchange for contribution points, which was essentially money. The players felt it was relatively fairer to divide equally. Seeing the players' decision, Li Mu nodded. Then, we'll first convert them into contribution points. A total of 26 divine blood crystals equals 20,800 contribution points. We have 73 players who participated in the battle, so each gets an average of 284 points, with the remaining 68 points going to Boxed Lunch for the final blow. Does everyone agree? Hearing Li Mu's words, the players all nodded. Boxed Lunch, agreed. Little Xian Miao, no objections. Fried Tomato, didn't expect so little left after the equal distribution. Dimasha, haha, it's quite a lot. Selling it for contribution points is worth almost 300 RMB. Seeing the players nodding, Li Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the sky and said, Then the divine blood crystals will be kept with me for now. Let's first continue clearing the goblins in Felenqui. We aim to finish the main quest, clean up goblins of the ancient holy city before dawn. When dawn breaks and everyone gathers, we'll re-establish the teleportation array and complete the remaining quest objectives together. The appearance of Yggdrasil's incarnation had captured the majority of the players' attention, causing a pause in their goblin hunts. Now that the boss was eliminated, the players naturally returned to their main quest of exterminating the goblins. Though quite a few goblins had escaped Felenqui amidst the chaos, many still hadn't fled and were hiding in the ruins, hoping against hope. However, their failure was certain. Under the influence of some mysterious power, many players who had advanced to level 11 drew detection skills. Creatures lower in level than them had nowhere to hide under the detection skills effects. Moreover, the game system helpfully marked the number of remaining goblins in Felenqui in the mission bar. That count was observed by Eve through her acute perception of life. After Li Mu finished speaking, the players sprang into action, searching the Felenqui ruins for any hidden goblins. Now and then, the screams of goblins and the laughter of players echoed from different directions of the ruins, creating a rather spooky atmosphere in the deep night. Li Mu didn't continue hunting goblins. Instead, he geared up and secured the divine blood crystals, then turned and headed toward the teleportation array. He needed to promptly hand over the divine blood crystals to the Oak Guardian Berserker guarding near the teleportation array, for him to offer them to the goddess. Carrying the divine blood crystals was too unsafe, carrying the risk of dropping them. The sooner he exchanged them for contribution points, the sooner Li Mu could feel at ease. It was his responsibility, since the players trusted him, he wouldn't let them down. Even if it meant losing some experience points and contribution points from killing goblins. If only this game had a backpack system. Although it's meant to simulate reality, not everything needs to be simulated. Carrying things around is too inconvenient. Feeling his bulging pockets, Li Mu shook his head. But that's what also makes the game so charming. It seems that high-level spellcasters can create storage magic items? Maybe once I level up, I can get one. He thought joyfully as he walked. The forest at night was even more deep and eerie than during the day, but the elves, possessing night vision, were unaffected. Li Mu walked through the forest as if on flat ground. However, at that moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in his mind. Li Mu's expression changed, and his body tensed instinctively. Relying on his accumulated combat experience in the game, he reflexively dodged to the side. As soon as he moved, a wooden sword struck where he was about to pass, its skill glow severing a tree with a bowl-shaped trunk in half. If Li Mu hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been cut in two. He turned back, horrified. Seeing the attacker, his face immediately contorted in anger. Fried tomato? What are you doing? Game ID, Fried Tomato. That was another level 11 player who had just participated in the plot boss battle. Chapter 46. TCH. Fried Tomato spat regretfully and withdrew his wooden sword, his expression just as displeased. Li Mu quickly pieced everything together. He suppressed his anger and forced himself to say calmly. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Money moves the heart. The game differed from reality. Compared to the real world, where morality and law bind people, the game world was much freer and more unrestrained. It was also easier to stir the other side of human nature. 300 players couldn't possibly all be united. With 26 divine blood crystals, amounting to 20,800 contribution points, this was worth at least 20,000 RMB in the early game. It was unsurprising that someone would be willing to risk it. However, it was clear that this player named Fried Tomato was not prepared to confront all the beta testers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his ultimate skill immediately, hoping to kill Li Mu with one strike before he noticed him. Elf Kingdom really was different from other virtual MMORPGs. In this nearly 100% realistic game, one-hit kills were not uncommon. Although the probability was low, as long as the timing was right and the vital point was hit, even a lower-level player could one-hit higher-level monsters. While this differed from typical game mechanics, players thought it felt more realistic. This also made Elf Kingdom's combat more dramatic and engaging. Outsmarting sometimes mattered more than just comparing stats. At least, this was true when level differences weren't too significant. Fried Tomato dared to attack Li Mu based on this factor. If Li Mu were killed unknowingly, he couldn't explain the divine blood crystals, and Fried Tomato would naturally steal all the boss treasures smoothly. Unfortunately, he underestimated Li Mu's reaction time, and his assassination failed. The two were at a deadlock in an instant. Li Mu wasn't a combat-oriented profession. As a support-type druid, he hadn't drawn any attack skills so far. In Elf Kingdom, skills were powerful, especially those granted by Eve. If natives of Segas learned skills, they'd go through recognition, practice, familiarity, and mastery. But Eve's granted skills were different. She connected with player consciousness, directly imprinting the method of skill release into their minds and assisted their skill deployment through the game system. For players, this meant a 100% skill proficiency. This meant the skill's effect far exceeded standard damage. Therefore, Li Mu didn't have the confidence to win one-on-one against Fried Tomato, a warrior. As a commander, everyone knew his skills, and he wasn't confident he could escape from Fried Tomato's grasp if a conflict broke out. If Li Mu remembered correctly, this Fried Tomato was quite the expert among the 300 players. Apart from boxed lunch, few were more skilled than him. Despite being furious, Li Mu could only try to stall for time and persuade the player in front of him. Fried Tomato, I can more or less guess what you're thinking. I'm not going to comment on anything else, but since you didn't kill me right away, there's no point anymore. I think, you don't want to be at odds with the other 71 beta testers, right? Appropriate threats were necessary. Of course, hope should be given too. So, again, if you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Li Mu said calmly. Fried Tomato's expression shifted slightly, and he seemed to struggle for a moment before sneering. So what? It's just a game. This is only a beta, even if I offend 70 players, getting 20,000 contribution points is worth it. The open beta hasn't started yet. As an online game, faction wars will happen sooner or later. I never intended to keep playing house with you. Moreover, he said, as his expression turned slightly playful. It's just the two of us here. Even if I kill you, what evidence do you have that it was me? Upon hearing his words, a hint of disdain flashed across Li Mu's face, but it quickly turned grave. Fried Tomato was right. Only the two of them were here. If he was killed, he had no evidence to point out it was Fried Tomato. He was only a temporary team commander and hadn't truly established his prestige. Moreover, Fried Tomato seemed so fearless that he probably had a backup plan. He likely wasn't alone, or he had probably already set up an alibi before coming for the attack. By then, as long as he adamantly denied it, there would really be no way to explain it. Damn it, doesn't this game have a red name mechanic? At this moment, Li Mu couldn't help but complain inwardly. Haha, stop stalling for your time. Let's have a quick fight. Fried Tomato let out a mocking laugh, raised his wooden sword again, and charged with the skill charge toward Li Mu. Li Mu's face changed as he hurriedly sought the cover of a tree while beginning to chant a spell. However, his skill wasn't instant cast, and he was still a step too slow. Fried Tomato's slash disabled the arm holding Li Mu's magic wand. Blood spurted everywhere. Hat. Seeing a quarter of Li Mu's health bar drop instantly, the corner of Fried Tomato's mouth curled up slightly. However, before he could continue attacking, a system prompt suddenly appeared in all the players' views. Warning! Warning! Player Fried Tomato has maliciously attacked player Li Mu and has been judged as a junior red name player. Junior red name penalty: under this status, experience point gain reduced by 50%, contribution point gain reduced by 50%, can be attacked by all players. Item seized under red name status will be forcibly returned to the original owner upon death. Junior red name penalty lasts until death. Ignoring perfect resurrection count, level forcibly lowered by 1 upon first red name death, banned for 24 hours. Current kill bounty, 50 contribution points. Fried Tomato. Li Mu. Did Elf Kingdom have a red name mechanic? Of course it did. As an old Merpage player, Eve could never forget this point. When Fried Tomato attacked Li Mu, she was watching. With 26 divine blood crystals, the conversion to divine power was conservatively estimated at least 35 points. Such immense wealth worried her about any mishaps. Had it not been for not interfering with the game's mechanics, she would have directly reclaimed the divine blood crystals from Li Mu. So, when Li Mu left Felenqui, Eve was always monitoring his movements, but she didn't expect to see such a spectacle. Eve felt quite disdainful toward Fried Tomato. Though if he took the divine blood crystals, he'd eventually sacrifice them to her, he broke the game rules. At a certain moment, Eve even thought about just banning the guy permanently. However, as the game GM, she needed to consider more things. The game was different from reality, and players couldn't all be united. In society, countless laws, rules, and morals bind human life, maintaining a proper functioning society. However, this also stripped humans of some freedom feelings, especially the release of certain biological instincts, desires, greed, violence. Conflict and war accompanied human history, and the genes for killing and destruction lie within humans, even though civilization has dulled humans' edges, making them more moral. The darker side hasn't been completely erased. These traits wouldn't show up when rules were in place, but once rules vanished, they'd quickly be exposed. Games easily brought out this other side of human nature. Games don't adhere to real-world rules. Moreover, for many players, indulgence in games became a means of entertainment. But Elf Kingdom was more than just a game. So, if Eve wanted players to listen, rules had to bind them too. Eve's chosen rule was the red name mechanic. The criteria were player malice and the extent of harm. Of course, this limitation had to be appropriate, it shouldn't discourage players while maintaining some order. This wasn't just for player order but for preparing for the elf clan's return. Eve didn't want to see her followers become players who treated elves like grass and acted recklessly. After all, you could never predict players' standards. Chapter 47. Looking at the system prompts flashing across his vision, and the red-named player positions marked on the system's mini-map, Li Mu had a peculiar expression on his face. He sighed and said, "See, this game does have a punishment mechanism. Why bother? It was hard enough to advance to Black Iron, with 10,000 experience and 200 contribution points. Fried tomato. Moreover, just as you were striking me, I also took the opportunity to turn on the recording function. I think, you should also know the consequences of continuing, right?" Li Mu pointed to his system interface, and said leisurely. "Fried tomato." His expression became increasingly ugly. At this point, he found himself in a situation where trying to steal a chicken resulted in losing the rice instead. Seeing the constipated expression on Fried Tomato's face from Li Mu's perspective, Eve shook her head. Wouldn't it be better to be an obedient little leek? Why insist on taking shortcuts? Each chosen one consumed her power, and she wouldn't allow these players to recklessly infight. But, as a goddess who advocated truth, goodness, and beauty, she naturally wouldn't forget to give those errant children a chance to atone for their mistakes. Just as Fried Tomato was dumbfounded by the unexpected system information prompt, a new choice box appeared in his vision. Ding! The great goddess is merciful, she will forgive those sinners who repent and reflect. As a chosen one selected by her, considering the minor nature of the offense, she is willing to listen to your plea. Option A, the great and merciful goddess is right, I will repent for my sins. Deduct 200 contribution points, return all plundered items under the beginner red name status, cancel red name status. Option B, although I respect the great goddess, I do not regret my choice. Deduct 100 contribution points, maintain beginner red name status. Fried tomato. His expression almost twisted. But, was there really a choice? In the end, players were creatures that pursued benefit and avoided harm. Fried Tomato took a deep breath, and then, under Li Mu's surprised gaze, gritted his teeth and said, "The great and merciful goddess is right, I will repent for my sins." Ding! Player Fried Tomato chose to repent, deducting 200 contribution points and cancelling the player's beginner red name status. In an instant, a message swept across all players' game systems once more. Meanwhile, in Li Mu's vision appeared an additional message: you received compensation from player Fried Tomato, contribution points plus 100. Li Mu. Fried Tomato glared at him resentfully, then snorted coldly, picked up his wooden sword, and disappeared into the forest. Seeing the other party give up on the ambush, Li Mu also breathed a sigh of relief, and began to use healing magic to treat his injuries. Watching from behind the scenes, Eve nodded in satisfaction and then fell into deep thought. Although this issue has been resolved, suppressing the players like this is not a solution. They will inevitably have internal conflicts, and sometimes internal conflicts need to be solved by a fight. It seems it's time to put the PK system on the agenda. PK, or sparring and challenging, was a common gameplay mechanic in MMORPG online games, and many players were very passionate about it. In fact, quite a few players played online games just to engage in PK, or to battle other players. These players were generally known as PvP players. Eve naturally considered adding this feature to the game system. After all, this feature not only increased player enthusiasm but also trained their combat skills. Her current plan was to provide players with two PK modes. One was real combat PK, that is, allowing players to engage in face-to-face combat, life and death notwithstanding. This mode would require players to consume contribution points to initiate, and the contribution points consumed would increase as players leveled up. After all, Eve's reviving of players also consumed resources. And as players' levels increased, the damage from their fights to the environment would also become more severe. Imagine a day when players with legendary power surfaced among them. A real combat session between two of these players could destroy half of the elf forest. The other PK mode, however, was virtual PK. Eve simulated a scene in her consciousness space and pulled the player's consciousness in, allowing them to go wild. This mode wouldn't require contribution points, players just needed to pray to Eve, and she would respond. This mode only required her to pre-construct some scenes and set up corresponding response programs in the game system. With these thoughts, Eve had already decided to officially launch the PK feature to players once this mission was completed. Having more divine power, she could also sustain more consumption. After all, players were like leeks, but at the same time, they were also the patrons. If Eve wanted them to work hard, assist her recovery, and help the elf clan regain glory, she naturally had to satisfy their entertainment needs as well. Yet, Eve thought her MMO was quite generous, requiring no payment and not too much grinding. A top-tier weapon like the Golden Legend was only priced at 64,800 contribution points, and solo farming 1,296 goblins would suffice. And with no player ambushes and his injuries healed, Li Mu successfully returned to the teleportation array. He used a whisper of nature, and soon found the Oak Guardian snoring while napping nearby. Players had long known that NPCs also needed to sleep. Moreover, according to Demacia, NPCs needed to wash, eat, and so on, just like players. But when Li Mu asked how he knew, the guy stammered and couldn't explain clearly. However, lately, Saintess Alice seemed to be even more indifferent to Demacia. Ahem. This game's level of realism was almost insane, to the point where Li Mu sometimes wondered if this game was made by aliens. Standing in front of the Oak Guardian, he hesitated for a moment and decided to wake the other up. Li Mu really didn't want to keep holding onto these 26 scorching divine blood crystals any longer. He poked Bajaka's wooden beard and cautiously said, "Sir Bajaka? Sir Bajaka!" The giant tree man rolled over and continued sleeping. "Li Mu! Sir Bajaka!" he shouted again. The tree man smacked his lips, without any reaction. Li Mu! This guy slept like a log. He pondered for a moment, plucked a section of twig with leaves and thorns, and poked it forcefully into the tree man's nostrils. Feeling the tickle in his nose, Bajaka shook himself and then let out a huge sneeze. In a daze, the Oak Guardian woke from his slumber. Upon seeing the smiling visitor, he frowned. "Chosen One, why did you disturb my sleep?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Li Mu with surprise. "Hey? Already at Black Iron? This group of Chosen Ones advanced so quickly." The Oak Guardian found it somewhat unbelievable. Li Mu smiled modestly and said, "All thanks to the goddess's blessing. Excuse me for disturbing you, I am here to deliver the divine blood crystals to you." "Divine blood crystals?" Bajaka's spirit lifted, and he stood up quickly. This concerned the recovery of the Mother Goddess, the most important of tasks. In an instant, he no longer cared about being disturbed from his sleep by Li Mu. "How many?" Bajaka's voice carried a hint of anticipation, and his bright eyes looked eagerly at Li Mu. Li Mu opened his palm, where a total of 26 shimmering crystals of natural radiance lay quietly. A total of 26 pieces. 26 pieces. Bajaka's eyes widened, and he involuntarily took a deep breath, somewhat incredulous. "By the Mother Goddess! So many!" After speaking, he looked at Li Mu with eyes full of admiration and satisfaction. "You have done well." He carefully received the divine blood crystals from Li Mu, as if he were accepting the most precious treasures in the world. And after handing over the divine blood crystals to Bajaka, Li Mu suddenly had a thought and continued speaking. "Sir Bajaka, actually, I have one more thing." Bajaka gave him a puzzled look. Li Mu curled the corner of his mouth, and earnestly said, "It's like this, unless something unexpected happens, tonight we can eliminate all the goblins occupying Felenqui, and the elf clan will successfully reclaim their former holy city. You can eliminate all the goblins tonight." Bajaka was even more astonished. He had slept from evening until now, unaware of the players' advancement and class transitions, hence unaware of their power changes. Li Mu nodded, then recalled the NPC's prayer ceremony, drawing a tree-shaped symbol of the Mother Nature on his chest. He straightened up, with a solemn and serious demeanor, said, "We wish to invite you and Lord Alice to participate in the ceremony for establishing a stable teleportation array in the holy city of Felenqui." Chapter 48. Morning. The golden sun rose slowly from the east, its rays illuminating the entire forest with brilliance. Natural Saintess Alice finished her morning prayers, changed into the holy daughter's dress she wore for divine rituals, and stepped outside the temple. Berserker had been waiting here for quite some time. Today, he seemed to be in a great mood, his large eyes sparkling with liveliness as he stood to the side humming a strange tune, one he had learned from the Chosen Ones. Alice saw the Oak Guardian, and a hint of a smile appeared in her emerald eyes. "Good morning, Sir Berserker." She pinched the hem of her priestess dress, offering a slight bow to Berserker, then drew a symbol of Mother Nature on her chest. "May nature be with you." Berserker also bowed to the girl, his deep voice carrying a gentle timbre. "Good morning, Your Holiness, may nature be with you." After they exchanged greetings, Alice looked curiously at the growing crowd of players gathering in the square. What's going on with them today? If it were a normal day, the chosen ones would have come to her for daily tasks by now. But today, for some reason, few had come to find the girl. They gathered in the square, seemingly waiting for something, each with an excited expression. Berserker glanced at the players in the square, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He drew a tree-shaped symbol on his chest again and said to Alice, "Your Holiness, Felenqui has been reclaimed, all the goblins have been expelled." "What? The Holy City has been restored?" Hearing Berserker's words, Alice's emerald eyes widened instantly. She knew about the tasks of the Chosen Ones, but she thought that expelling the goblins from the Holy City would be a long process. Yet, unexpectedly, the Chosen Ones had accomplished it in such a short time. She faintly remembered the time in her childhood when she followed Mother Goddess to expel the goblins from the elf ruins. Those goblins were extremely cunning. One minute you drove them off, and the next, they would sneak back when you were unprepared. Exactly, and not only that, the Chosen Ones will gather in Felenqui to establish a new teleportation array. They have invited us to join. Berserker's expression was full of devotion. Reclaiming the Holy City was a tremendous honor for every natural believer. They would invite us. Upon hearing Berserker's words, Alice's expression became somewhat complicated. Honestly, her overall impression of the Chosen Ones wasn't favorable, some of them even made her particularly disgusted. Though recently, it seemed the Chosen Ones were gradually getting accustomed to this world and starting to act politely. Yet Alice couldn't agree with some of their bad habits. For instance, viewing those poor animals in the forest as food. The resources of the elf forest were incredibly abundant, gathering berries would easily suffice, so why harm living creatures? Alice still couldn't comprehend. However, since the Mother Goddess didn't say much about it, Alice let go of her discontent. Because of her dissatisfaction with the Chosen Ones, she had never thought of establishing deep connections with them. Even after the Chosen Ones had been here for so long, Alice still didn't know any of their names. Yes, Alice couldn't see the players' names. Player names only displayed in the game system's view, so only players could see the green names above each other's heads. The natives of the Segis world couldn't see them. Without deep connections, Alice viewed her interactions with the Chosen Ones as merely fulfilling the Mother Goddess's tasks. Therefore, when Alice learned about the Chosen Ones inviting them to the event of establishing the teleportation array, she was quite surprised. The elf clan was proud and dignified. Inviting other elves to participate in a celebration in their culture meant expressing goodwill and respect, while accepting the invitation meant acknowledging the other party. Considering this, Alice's expression turned complex. She looked at the Chosen Ones gathering in the square, thought about their hard work in recent days, and felt inexplicably emotional. Finally, the elf girl sighed deeply. "I accept the invitation." Elf Forest, Felenqui. After a night of raids, all goblins lurking around had been turned into player experience points. And when the last goblin hiding in the abandoned sewers was eliminated, the players received a system notification. Mainline Objective 3, eliminate the goblins entrenched in the Holy City of Felenqui, completed. Eve generously rewarded each player involved in the raid with 1000 experience points, 1 perfect resurrection opportunity, and 500 contribution points. Now, the task objective had only one remaining: to establish a stable teleportation array in Felenqui. At this moment, the Black Iron level players who had stayed up all night were gathered in front of the temple in Felenqui. Under Li Mu's direction, they lined up on both sides, waiting for Alice and others, as well as other players taking mainline tasks, just like two lines of armies ready for review. When Alice and Berserker, escorted by other players, arrived at Felenqui, they were met with this scene. The elf girl was first surprised, then reached out to touch the faded writing on the steel in the ruins, her expression a mix of sadness and relief. "Felenqui, we are back." Seeing Alice and Berserker, Li Mu, who had already greeted other players, quickly signaled everyone with a glance. The players exchanged glances, then spoke in unison. "Welcome, Your Holiness and Sir Berserker, to Felenqui. We have lived up to expectations and successfully reclaimed the sacred land from the evil goblins. Here we await the goddess's review." The voices were uniform and resonant, clearly practiced in advance. Startled, Alice couldn't help but stretch out her hand, covering her slightly open mouth, looking in amazement at these Chosen Ones, both familiar and yet unfamiliar. At that moment, Alice found herself unexpectedly moved. They, so they, too, could have such sincerity? Seeing the genuine smiles of the chosen ones, Alice had no doubt that their hearts were equally joyful and excited at that moment. At this moment, the girl's expression softened. "Thank you, brave chosen ones." She pinched the hem of her dress, bowing deeply to the players, her words slightly choked with emotion. After all, they were the warriors chosen by the goddess. Perhaps they had various bad habits, and often made actions that were incomprehensible. But similarly, they could also become trusted companions. At this moment, Alice's impression of the chosen ones changed. Ding! Alice wins favorability toward you increased by 40 points. Berserker's favorability toward you increased by 40 points. In an instant, all the players who saluted received a system notification. Seeing the system notification, all the players' eyes lit up, their expressions gradually becoming thoughtful. However, suddenly, an excited voice rang out from the crowd, breaking the touching atmosphere. "Wow! Brother Mew, you're incredible! You're actually increasing the goodwill of the lady and the big guy. Li Mew." All the players turned their heads, glaring fiercely at the source of the voice. Alice and Berserker, too, were drawn to the voice, instantly spotting the face that looked nothing like a good person and the cheeky smile. It was Demacia. Both their expressions gradually turned cold. Ding! Your favorability with Berserker decreased by 40 points, becoming disliked. Ding! Your favorability with Alicewind decreased by 40 points, becoming detested. In an instant, new system notifications appeared in Demacia's view. Looking at the system panel, his smile gradually faded. Chapter 49. Although the chosen ones could become companions, although the chosen ones could become excellent warriors, this didn't mean all the chosen ones were worthy of respect. At least, a certain red-haired explosive guy wasn't. At this moment, both Alice and Berserker had this thought simultaneously. Putting aside Demacia, who felt like he was on a roller coaster, once everyone was present, the ceremony to establish the teleportation array officially began. The temporary teleportation array had already been dismantled by the cuckoo bird. After participating in the main quest, she thought that even though she had learned some taekwondo in the real world, she was definitely not cut out for close combat. So, when changing classes, the cuckoo bird chose a crossover field, becoming an 11th level elf mage, planning to pursue a path in magical tool manufacturing and array construction in the future. This time, she would host the construction of the array. The location for the array had been chosen in front of a crumbling temple. This place had once been the holy square of Felenqui, and was also where players defeated the avatar of Euler. To gain contribution value, all players present had formed a party, but Eve couldn't be bothered to mind that. When Saintess Alice raised the natural codex and silently prayed in the direction of the world tree, the construction ceremony began in earnest. The cuckoo bird took out the materials for setting up the array, took a deep breath, and began to reconstruct it based on the blueprints. Hundreds of eyes watched her actions with anticipation. The cuckoo bird worked meticulously, neither too fast nor too slow. Her earnestness and diligence even made the nearby natural Saintess Alice nod secretly in approval. This female chosen one shows great talent in array construction. She couldn't help but think this and even faintly considered teaching her the skill of drawing arrays. And as the cuckoo bird's construction progressed, the circular teleportation array gradually took shape. Finally, accompanied by a bright glow, a faint ripple of magic power emanated from the array. The construction of the array had succeeded. Ding! Main Quest Objective 1, Establish a stable teleportation array in Felenqui, completed. All players involved in the array construction will receive a reward, 500 contribution points. Ding! Main Quest, the former Holy City completed. All players involved in the main storyline will receive a reward, 5,000 experience points, 1 perfect resurrection opportunity, and 500 contribution points. In an instant, all the players who had taken on the main quest received a new system notification. We did it! The quest is completed! Ha ha ha! The players cheered as they saw their rewards credited to them. Natural Saintess Alice and Oak Guardian Berserker were also infected by the excitement and joined in applauding. And with the system notification came a change in the background music. For a moment, the game system BGM of all players turned cheerful, with a melodious and pleasant tune that made one feel as if they were strolling through a bustling classical city. This was the main city music selected by Eve, titled Morning of Felenqui, a traditional tune of the elf clan, and quite captivating. Since Felenqui had been restored, it would gradually be rebuilt into a new elf main city in the future. Eve's original plan was to have players build a new elf city under the World Tree for both players and native believers to live in. But after discovering the Felenqui ruins, she changed her original plan. Now, Eve planned to use the elf town under the World Tree merely as a base for the players, while Felenqui would become the residence for the returning elves. This was a result of her careful consideration, recognizing that the interaction between players and natives couldn't happen overnight. It was best to have a buffer zone. Previously, Eve could only control a radius of 10 kilometers and couldn't include Felenqui within her domain. But now it was different. After obtaining 26 divine blood crystals sacrificed by Berserker, her divine power value soared by 37 points in an instant. And the players clearing out all the goblins in Felenqui provided her with an additional 10 points of divine power. Even after accounting for various consumptions, Eve now had a total of 67 points of divine power. Because she hadn't escaped the brink of death, Eve's maximum control range was still 10 kilometers, but she could construct new idols and use them to radiate influence over certain areas, bringing them under her control. This was a clever workaround. She calculated that dedicating an idol in Felenqui could precisely cover Felenqui's temple and its affiliated areas. The entire holy city of Felenqui spanned nearly 30 square kilometers. To cover it all, Eve needed to continue restoring her power. Of course, since the native believers had not yet returned, Eve wasn't in a hurry. Visit Frugnoello for the BST novel reading experience. Next, she planned to have the players begin a thorough exploration of Felenqui. Felenqui had been through a millennium. As the former holy city of the elf clan, it once safeguarded many cherished ancient texts of elven civilization, and Eve believed that remnants of those treasures could still be found. Although Eve inherited the legacy of the World Tree and acquired much elven knowledge, it was far from enough. Furthermore, Eve hoped to discover some training methods for practitioners in Felenqui. The advancement of players couldn't rely solely on her divine power or absorbing life force by slaying other creatures. Players had to cultivate their own skills as well. Otherwise, the genius talents she had set for them would go to waste. While Eve could bestow skills and power to players, she wasn't well versed in practitioners' cultivation. Key aspects of this training were unfortunately lost when she inherited her divine position. Even though as a true god, Eve could extrapolate practitioners' cultivation methods by expending divine power, she didn't have that much to squander right now. Felenqui, however, offered a glimmer of hope. In addition, when players trained, they provided Eve with some feedback energy through the practice of war sacrifices. This was a win-win scenario. In conclusion, exploring Felenqui was of utmost urgency. Aside from encouraging players to delve deeper into Felenqui, Eve also decided to attempt repairs on Hela's soul storage orb. However, after Eve forcibly extracted the death divine power yesterday, the soul storage orb was now even more damaged. Eve estimated that it would take roughly 21 points of divine power and at least 10 days to fully restore it. However, through her studies, Eve discovered that if she only sought to make the orb capable of bearing a fragment of her divine soul, the cost wouldn't be steep, requiring just 5 points of divine power. But doing so would severely limit the power of any avatar created using the orb as its core. Fortunately, Eve didn't aim for any miraculous strength in her avatar. She wasn't looking for a body or aiming for a transformation, but needed a tool for movement, an avatar no one could recognize, to handle tasks inappropriate for a true god to manage directly. And also, occasionally enjoy a bit of freedom. Besides these tasks, Eve decided to recruit another batch of new players soon, marking the second closed beta. This time, she planned to recruit 900 players in one go. Along with the second closed beta, some game system features like PK mechanics were also set to be launched in one go. Having formulated her recent plans, Eve manipulated her divine power once more, preparing to issue exploration quests to the players. But at that moment, her divine soul suddenly quivered, sensing a massive surge of faith power crossing the vast void to reach her directly. In an instant, Eve's divine power value surged again, increasing by a staggering 18 points all at once, reaching an unprecedented total of 85 points. Feeling the abrupt spike in her divine power value, Eve was utterly astonished. She quickly checked and discovered that her divine space had suddenly gained over 200 green photons. At the same time, countless murmured prayers drifted in, ethereal and fleeting, carrying hope, anxiety, and yearning. These were, from her believers. Chapter 50. The Dark Mountain Range was located in the southwest of Seges continent. To the north lay the Elf Forest, to the west the Endless Sea, to the east the Fertile Plain, and to the south the Death Desert. Because the mountains were rich in obsidian deposits, even the peaks were covered with a deep black hue, hence the name. However, due to the rugged terrain and poor soil, the dark mountain range was not a paradise for flora and fauna, but only home to a few drought-resistant shrubs, alpine meadows, and a handful of wildlife species. But it was rumored that in ancient times, the dark mountain range was not barren. It was as fertile and beautiful as the elf forest, and even had another melodic name, Jade Mountain. But after a divine war, the heavens and earth shattered, and everything was destroyed. Now, the harsh environment of the dark mountain range was almost as infamous as the Death Desert. Apart from caravans needing to cross the mountains and dwarves and humans searching for mineral deposits, few set foot here. In a secluded valley in the northwest of the dark mountain range. In the corner of the valley, simple stone houses were arranged like stars, forming a small village. Even though the structures were simple, the stone houses were neatly aligned and meticulously cleaned. Moreover, each house was surrounded by flowers and shrubs, showing the owner's love for nature, a rarity in the dark mountain range. In the village's center, there was an open, small plaza, where a simple raised platform was built with stones and vines. At this moment, over 200 residents had gathered under the platform. They were of all ages, each wearing hooded linen garments that covered their faces. Their bodies were thin, their eyes dull and lifeless, showing the hardships of their lives. Yet, the pointed ears and striking appearance that peeked out declared their identity elves. The elves sat in little groups, curiously gazing at the platform. On the platform, stood two elders. One was an elderly elf wearing grey priestly robes. His hair and beard were white, and his demeanor was spirited. He was the old priest sent by the mother goddess to gather the elf clan Samir Wind. The other was an elderly female elf. Her name was Philosier Flame, the chief of this elf village and an old friend of Samir. The female elf glanced at Samir beside her, sighed, and said, "Samir, as you requested, I've gathered all the tribe members. What do you have to say now?" Samir looked at the more than 200 people below, his expression complicated. "Are these all the members of the Flame tribe?" Philosier lowered her eyelids, her voice tinged with faint sadness. "This is all that's left. Ah! I never thought the Flame tribe, which once had nearly 10,000 people, would decline to this extent." Samir sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. However, compared to the Gale tribe, which had completely dispersed, the Flame tribe was faring much better. Hearing Samir's words, Philosier's eyes became unfocused, and she forced a smile more pitiful than crying, saying, "What can we do? Without the protection of the true God, we're nothing but homeless children, subjected to bullying. Finding a hiding place on Jade Mountain is already quite good. In the Segis world, where the divine existed, it was difficult for ordinary intelligent races without the protection of a true God to survive the conflicts among races. Especially since elves themselves were fatally attractive to other races. Without power and protection, their beautiful appearances, their long lifespans, their innate magical constitutions, were all coveted by other races. Combined with the fact that the elf clan was isolated, loved peace, and was inherently kind, they were not good at fighting, and thus weakened through a series of conspiracies and struggles. The protection of the true God? Samir's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath, revealing a brilliant smile, his voice tinged with a touch of fanaticism and excitement. "In fact, I came here this time, exactly for this matter." Philosier looked at him in surprise. Only then did the old chief of the Flame tribe notice that the old friend before her seemed slightly different from the image in her memory. Although they hadn't seen each other in years, Samir appeared more lively. There was a gleam in his eyes, as if filled with hope for the future. That was far from the numbness and despair in the cloudy eyes of the grey old man she had seen years ago. Philosier's eyes narrowed. The Gale tribe of elves was the most unique of all the elf tribes. They bore the responsibility of worshipping Mother Nature and were also known as the priest tribe. After the world tree fell, the Gale tribe suffered the greatest blow and persecution. And as an elder of the tribe, Samir Wind had completely experienced the rise and fall of the Gale tribe. Every time she saw him, he was in a state of grief and despair. If she remembered correctly, Samir should have been near the elf forest, maintaining the natural rituals with the last natural saintess, hoping to awaken the mother goddess. But now, looking at Samir's energetic, vibrant demeanor, and eyes filled with hope and light, Philosier suddenly had a thought that was hard to believe. Could it be? Her heart, untouched for many years, suddenly beat intensely. "You?" She looked at Samir, her voice trembling, as if in doubt, yet expectant of something. Samir turned his head, smiled gently at his old friend, then opened his arms. An explosion of radiant holy light radiated from him, carrying a soothing power and a strong essence of nature. The light was blinding. In this moment, Samir seemed transformed into nature's favorite child. The powerful life force swept across the entire plaza. Feeling the immense natural power within the old priest, Philosier widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Silver! Silver priest! Silver priest!" Since Mother Nature fell, how many years had it been since they'd seen a priest of such high rank? Silver was a watershed. Only a true god could support a priest of silver rank. At this moment, Philosier felt her old heart beat intensely, like a young person's. The once absurd but endlessly hopeful thought subtly pointed towards a certain reality. This. She mumbled, almost unable to speak. The power of the holy light also attracted all the elves. They looked up, shocked and confused, at the elf elder on the platform. Meeting their converging gazes, Samir smiled gently. Facing north, he drew a symbol of Mother Nature on his chest, his voice soft yet powerful. "Brethren, our true God has returned. She has delivered a prophecy, calling us back to the elf forest to reclaim our lost glory." Having said that, he took out a golden leaf from his sleeve, the sacred artifact imbued with divine power by Eve, the world tree's leaf. Holding the world tree leaf high, Samir reverently and respectfully unleashed its power. In an instant, the intense natural divine power spread, sprouting buds and blooming flowers wherever it touched. In the blink of an eye, the plaza was surrounded by clusters of flowers and lush vines. Witnessing this seemingly divine miracle, all the elves were engulfed in shock. "It's the natural divine power. This is the natural divine power." A voice full of excitement came from an elderly elf who recognized it. Accompanying the miracle, an ethereal, holy voice echoed in the air. "Children, come home! Children, come home!" That majestic voice was gentle, pleasant, carried a trace of regret, yet was filled with endless antiquity, possessing a peculiar calming force. This was Eve's prophecy recorded on the world tree leaf. In an instant, all the elves felt a warm energy surge into their bodies. The weak frames, weary from long wandering, gradually regained strength. With a thud, Philosier instinctively knelt on the ground. Gazing at the brilliant world tree leaf, feeling the vibrant life force within her, tears streamed down her weathered face. She raised her head, her expression a mix of joy and sorrow. "Mother Goddess! This is the power of the Mother Goddess! She has returned." Chapter 51. It's Samir. He has already found the remaining members of the elf clan. After concentrating her consciousness onto Samir, Eve quickly understood the cause and effect. After a journey of several decades, this devout old priest traversed forests and mountains, finally finding a branch of the former diverse tribes of the elf kingdom, the Flame Clan, in the corner of the dark mountain range. By demonstrating a divine miracle and delivering the oracle, he successfully rekindled the faith of this elf tribe. Sensing the speckled photons of faith in her divine space, Eve was very pleased. Even though most of these believers were still shallow in their belief, having just picked it up, with only the old clan leader Philosier and some elder old elves reaching a pious level, it was already a good start. The Flame Clan wasn't like the Gale tribe, so achieving such results was a pleasant surprise for Eve. As she listened to the prayers of the believers and saw their living conditions through their memories, Eve felt even more sorrowful. They roamed everywhere, hiding from the hunting teams of humans and half-beasts. They lacked food and, at the most critical times, could only fill their stomachs with grass roots and bark. How many elderly elves had fallen during migrations, how many young adults had perished fighting enemies, and how many young elves had died prematurely or been hunted by other races. Among the many elf tribes, the population of nearly 10,000 from the Flame Clan was considered a large tribe, yet now less than 300 remained, mostly the elderly, weak and sick, with an average strength not reaching black iron middle rank. Over these millennia, the elf clan had suffered too much hardship. Eve had no doubt that if things continued this way, elves might completely become history within 100 years. "You have already endured enough. Since I inherited the world tree's legacy, I will naturally protect you." Eve sighed deeply, drawing out several points of divine power, crossing the void to confer it to the past. With the conferral of Eve's divine power, the Flame Clan members who had rediscovered their faith immediately felt a holy radiance descend upon them, warm and gentle, and all their illnesses vanished in an instant. Each person felt a renewed vitality and vigor from within, even the elderly elves bursting with strong vitality. Not only that, but they also vaguely felt some shackles break within them, as if their entire bodies and souls were freer. It was the restrictive curse placed on the elf clan after the War of the Gods, passed down through generations, and it was also the main cause of the elf clan's fall from the silver rank. After regaining their faith, Eve had the power to dispel the curse from them. Of course, since the curse was a one-time thing, Eve's dispelling wouldn't attract the enemy's attention. The elf's strength immediately saw enhancement, with even a few directly breaking through ranks, reaching black iron middle rank. Of course, it only improved that much. It wasn't that Eve couldn't continue to boost their strength, but doing so would instead deplete their potential. These native elves were different from the players, they were descendants of the primordial elves, not directly born from the world tree. Although they shared the long millennial lifespan of the primordial elves, their innate talents were significantly lacking. The players' bodies, on the other hand, were directly created by Eve, belonging to the primordial elves. Not only that, but their bodies had been modified to a certain extent, offering exceptional talent and able to endure more of Eve's divine power, far beyond what the natives could withstand. It's divine favor. This is the divine favor of nature. Feeling the changes in their bodies, every flame tribe elf grew excited. Some elderly elves even prayed devoutly while softly crying. Mother Goddess has not left. Mother Goddess has not left. Merciful Mother Nature, our beloved true God, thank you for your favor. Praise Mother Nature, praise the Goddess of Life, praise the great elf master. Watching the excited clanspeople, Philosier was also moved to tears. She trembled as she turned around, kneeling deeply toward the north, then stood up with Samir's help. Going home. She looked at the clanspeople below, her lips murmuring, her facial wrinkles trembling. Going home. She repeated it once more, her voice more resolute, her gaze growing more devout. We are going home. She shouted excitedly, her trembling voice carrying the elves' prayers far away. Far away. With Samir's assistance, the flame tribe of the elves set off. This time, they no longer wandered, this time, they no longer were lost. They had found their belonging. They were going home now. Feeling the anxious and excited feelings of over 200 believers in the divine space, Eve sighed deeply. Predecessor, what exactly did you do to be besieged by the gods? Was it really just because others coveted the godhood and faith? At that moment, she grew increasingly curious about the true story of the divine war a millennium ago. Although Eve inherited the legacy of the world tree, knowing her enemies, the memories about the reasons for the divine war were vague, merely mentioning disputes over faith. But seeing the former Silver clan now in such dire straits, Eve couldn't help but think that perhaps this incomplete legacy really had omitted some crucial clues. However, these matters were beyond what she could consider at the moment, she could only focus on quickly restoring her strength. The enemies would return someday, and the truth would eventually surface. What Eve had to do was to become strong enough before facing them, then defeat all the enemies, and stand once again at the pinnacle of Segas. This would be a difficult process, but with the help of the elf clan and the players, it was not impossible. With this thought, Eve's heart grew increasingly resolute. The players' growth, along with the partial return of the elf clan, is indeed a double blessing. Hehe, it seems the second closed beta can't be delayed anymore, as 300 players are already a bit inadequate. She pondered for a moment and decided to set the second closed beta in 1.5 months, which was 10 days later in Blue Star time. This was set in conjunction with the Flame clan's return schedule. In her estimation, the Flame tribe would need about 2 months of travel to return to the core area of the Elf Forest, just in time to train new players to assist them in settling down. As for the initial 300 players, Eve had already planned a new opponent for them. That was the half-beast tribe lurking near the Elf Forest. But before that, it was better to let them explore the Felenqui sacred land thoroughly, maybe there would be new discoveries. With this in mind, Eve manipulated the divine power, issuing a new task to the players. Main quest: explore the Holy City. Chapter 52. 2 days had passed since reclaiming Felenqui. After players officially established a stable teleportation array and completed the first main storyline quest, subsequent plot quests also followed. These quests involved delving into the former Holy City to uncover the history left behind by the elf civilization. However, not all players chose to accept this exploratory mission this time. Some battle-loving players, after reaching level 11, decided to leave the safe zone and venture into the broader world. Simply put, it was about fighting monsters to level up. Unlike other games, Elf Kingdom, a virtual reality game, had a very free combat mechanism. Once players familiarized themselves with the rules, they quickly grew fond of this combat mode, which was so closely aligned with reality. In such a game, their adventures made them feel more like genuine mercenaries or hunters. Moreover, many players accustomed to fighting found that upon returning to reality, their adaptability and responsiveness also improved. There were even rumors of someone using game strategies to subdue a criminal during a robbery. This only made players even more eager for combat. Additionally, the vast forest beyond the safe zone offered players this possibility. Outside the safe zone, the elf forest was filled with numerous demon beasts, mostly at the black iron level, making it very suitable for players to train. Especially those black iron lower creatures. Of course, the forest wasn't lacking in some formidable silver creatures, but such entities usually roamed in the northern parts of the forest. And it was said that in the far north, there were powerful creatures of gold or even legendary ranks. Of course, those creatures of legend were beyond what the current players could imagine. All this information was learned by players who exhausted every strategy to curry favor with Alice until she divulged these secrets. Alice even taught them how to identify the tracks of powerful beasts and how to avoid higher-level demon beasts. All of these things could be attributed to the improving relations between Alice and the players. After the players extended an invitation to Felinqui, except for Dima, relationships with Alice and most chosen ones improved. In particular, those chosen ones who participated in reclaiming the Holy City found many had reached a cordial relationship with her. Under these circumstances, Alice finally was willing to engage in deeper conversations with the chosen ones. Moreover, Alice recognized the aptitude of Cuckoo Bird in the array, occasionally offering her guidance, to the envy of many players. Cuckoo Bird became the first player to start Alice's side quests, becoming the earliest chosen one to learn about the array. Well, at least that's what players thought. Felinqui, among the ruins of an elf structure. Li Mu cautiously explored in the dim light, holding a flickering torch. As a player who loved the plot, he declined other players' invitations and chose not to venture outside for adventure, opting instead to complete storyline quests. After completing previous tasks and sacrificing the goblin curved knife, bow and club to the goddess, he had accumulated enough contribution points to exchange for 2 new skills. Grace of the Cat and Strength of the Bull. The former improved agility, while the latter enhanced strength overall. As for equipment, well, being able to exchange for 2 skills was already the result of his hard work, and he didn't dare hope for more. He wasn't a wealthy player who could spend indiscriminately. However, shortly after players completed their tasks, a new batch of weapons appeared in the exchange system. These weapons were primarily curved knives and bows, with some appealing magic wands thrown in. They were exquisitely made and affordably priced, requiring only 1,000 to 2,000 contribution points, all being rare blue equipment. While their attribute bonuses couldn't compare to those of purple epic equipment, they surpassed the goblin weapons Li Mu and the others had captured. Li Mu believed this must be the official equipment targeted at ordinary players. He planned to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a magic wand. But come to think of it, he subconsciously felt that these pieces of equipment seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't pinpoint where he'd seen them before. Maybe it was just an illusion. Li Mu shook his head and continued exploring the dim ruins. This was a relatively large ruin area of Felinqui, quite distant from the temple of the holy site, and seemed to have once been a magnificent building constructed from massive stones. Li Mu felt that only in such large-scale ruins could there be a greater likelihood of finding treasures left by the elf civilization. Regrettably, he had been exploring here for 2 hours without any gains. What added to the frustration was a long tail incessantly chatting behind him. "Brother Mu, why did you choose to explore the ruins? We've been wandering here for 2 hours and found nothing." Dima held a grass stalk in his mouth, mumbling behind Li Mu. "I heard Fried Tomato and the others took down a level 13 mountain boar in the wild and are nearly level 12. Hey! Brother Mu, why don't we organize an outdoor activity?" Dima looked at Li Mu's back with a somewhat resentful tone. As a taunting tank warrior, itched for action after a few days without fighting. His epic level curved knife hadn't seen blood yet, and he had temporarily given up learning new skills to exchange for it. Hearing Dima's words, Li Mu frowned and said, "No rush, we can go after we finish the storyline tasks. But we've been exploring for 2 days and haven't found anything. According to the plot, this place has been abandoned for nearly 1,000 years, if there was anything here, the goblins would have ruined it all." Dima shook his head as he spoke. Li Mu thought for a moment and explained. Since the plot gave us a task, it surely isn't without purpose. The harder it is to find, the more it proves the preciousness of the task reward. To be honest, saying this after wandering for 2 days, even his confidence was wavering. Sometimes, Li Mu also complained that the game planners were insane with their layout of Felenqui. They designed such a large-scale ruin, yet it truly was just a pile of ruins, with nothing inside except for the trash left by goblins. Oh, and that fried tomato, I heard he even formed a guild for outdoor strategies, acting all smug, humph. Dima sneered. Hey, Brother Mu, did he really try to steal the divine blood crystal? I remember when the system warned him, it specifically mentioned attacking you. He asked curiously. Li Mu paused and said. Since you have the opportunity to ask this, you might as well pay attention to the road and see if there's any hidden path or treasure. He didn't deny it, which tacitly acknowledged Dima's speculation. I knew that guy had no good intention. Dima sneered and said. Hehe, once guild battles open up, we'll teach Fried Tomato a proper lesson. Upon completing the first instance task, players began to form guilds. Such organizations helped enhance player cohesion, fostered teamwork abilities, and encouraged competition among players, increasing the game's excitement. To allow players to complete tasks more efficiently, Eve didn't leave out this feature. In fact, even if Eve hadn't established guilds, humans' tendency to group together would naturally result in smaller groups as the numbers grew. Rather than relying on that, she'd proactively foster unified player guilds for her to command. The United Fourth Cataclysm was indeed the most terrifying. Currently, the guild unlocked only the public chat channel and mini-map sharing features. In the future, Eve planned to issue various tasks through the guilds, further enhancing players' combat skills and collaborative mission abilities. Eve's ultimate goal was to shape players, using the guilds as a prototype, into armies that could strike wherever commanded. Establishing a guild required 10,000 contribution points. This was a hefty sum, but if players pooled their resources together, the cost per person would decrease significantly. And through cooperation during closed beta testing, players formed 3 major guilds by pooling their funds. Chapter 53. The beta testers formed 3 major guilds. One was led by Li Mu and Dimasha, called the Heart of Nature Guild, which also had the largest number of members, totaling more than 180 players. The president of the Heart of Nature was Li Mu. However, Li Mu did not impose mandatory requirements on the guild members, so it was considered a semi-casual guild. Another was led by Gugubird and Little Xian Miao, called the Meng Meng Committee Guild, with Little Xian Miao as the president. Nearly half of its members were female players, with more than 50 members, and it specialized in leisure and life. They were also the main force behind the construction of Elf Town. The last one was the First Legion Guild, established by Fried Tomato, with more than 40 members, primarily focused on combat, loving outdoor adventures, and were all hardcore players. Even though the goddess didn't really like the player Fried Tomato, after her previous warning, he had toned it down quite a bit. Moreover, this guy worked quite diligently and showed considerable respect toward NPCs. The teammates he led were almost all heavy grinder players, providing the goddess with substantial feedback. So, her divine greatness decided not to worry about this guy and just observe the results. Besides, although Li Mu was quite capable, the goddess felt he was sometimes too laid back, and establishing a competitor for him might unleash his potential. Additionally, other than them, there were some wanderers who hadn't joined any guilds. The most famous among them was the top player server Widebox Lunch. This cool-headed ace pulled together a few players to form an adventure team, roaming the wild every day, making experience points fly up and being revered by many players as a big shot. Even Li Mu looked at him with newfound respect. However, rather than grind monsters, what Li Mu now wanted to know more was when he might finally make some discoveries in the ruins. He glanced at the time displayed on the system interface, contemplated for a moment, and said to Dimasha. "We'll search for another hour. If we still come up empty, we'll head back for now." "Head back? Got it." Dimasha's face instantly lit up with a wide smile. "Hehe, I heard there's a bonfire party at Felenqui tonight. If we head back early, we can join in the fun." After the first day of the game, players of Elf Kingdom got into the habit of regularly holding bonfire parties. The scenery of Elf Forest was just too beautiful, and throwing a party in this primeval forest offered a rare camping experience distant from worldly cares. Everyone would eat berries and, taking advantage of the holy daughter being unaware, secretly grill food, laugh together, play around, and chat happily. It was simply too much fun. A bonfire party? Li Mu's eyes brightened. If he wasn't mistaken, this party was to celebrate the rebuilding of the temple at Felenqui. The previous temple had been severely damaged, and over the past 2 days, Gugubird had been leading her construction team to repair the temple, reportedly as one of the goddess's tasks. Now, it should be almost fully restored and ready to house the idol. Thinking of this, he nodded. All right, we'll head back in an hour and, by the way, ask Alice to see if we can get any information about Felenqui from her. That said, Li Mu pushed aside a pile of debris in front of him and continued the exploration. Alice. Dimasia's eyes lit up, his expression suddenly turning mysterious. He leaned toward Li Mu's ear with a sly smile and said, I say, Brother Mu, have you figured out the punishment mechanics in this game? Hearing his words, Li Mu raised an eyebrow and said, This game simulates reality highly, so as long as you act according to the rules of reality, you generally won't be penalized. As he spoke, he glanced at Dimasia in surprise. You haven't been up to something again, have you? No, no. Dimasia chuckled awkwardly, then said. It's just that since that time the red name alarm triggered, I was a bit curious and privately tried a few experiments with some players. Experiments? Exactly, it's the red name mechanism. We tried it, and it seems like this mechanism is based on a player's malice and the degree of harm to other players to determine the red name. Moreover, it can be eliminated with contribution points. And this punishment appears to be graded. According to our speculations, killing someone might result in severe punishment, possibly even getting banned. Dimasia said. Is that so? So serious? Li Mu was a bit startled, feeling puzzled. He suddenly remembered that a couple of days ago, it seemed the system briefly flashed a message about Dimasia turning red named, followed shortly by another message about his repentance and reform, so that's what it was all about. This guy was really bored out of his mind. Li Mu felt both amused and exasperated. However, if it had been the old him, he probably would have been looking for bugs everywhere like Dimasia too. Now as the game went on, Li Mu grew more and more fond of this game, and gradually, he completely forgot about finding bugs. Not only that. Dimasia's expression turned serious. We even tested on the NPCs and found that we couldn't attack them. Hearing Dimasia's words, Li Mu gave him a look. Isn't that only natural? If we could attack NPCs, the game would be chaos. No, I mean, when we tried to attack an NPC, we would lose control of our bodies for a moment until the thought was gone, and then we'd regain control. For now, our attempts have only been with Miss and the big guy. Dimasia shook his head and said. Li Mu. Did you attempt to attack Alice and Berserker? His mouth twitched slightly. Dimasia scratched his head. I just wanted to test it out, and then found out that it seemed like we couldn't attack them. Li Mu. You should be thankful you couldn't attack them, otherwise, I think you'd be pounded back to level 1 by now. He looked at Dimasia speechlessly. Well. Anyway, even if my rapport with them can't be salvaged, I just wanted to try. I still have a few perfect revives left. Dimasia said awkwardly. Li Mu. Not being able to attack NPCs was actually a setting made by the goddess. Her initial plan was to use the red name mechanism to restrict players from attacking NPCs, but after some thought, she felt that was still too insecure, so she simply prohibited players from attacking NPCs altogether. More accurately, players couldn't attack those who belonged to her believers. When players developed the intent to attack natural believers, they would lose control of their bodies. The reason the goddess could do this was that there was a channel in her divine space connecting players and believers, allowing some micromanagement system settings. When a player generated hostility towards a believer, it would preemptively terminate their conscious control over the body. As for other intelligent beings aside from believers, there was no solution for them. If other indigenous beings close to the goddess appeared in the future but didn't belong to the natural believers, the goddess would have to rely on strict punishment systems to restrain players. As for why player versus player attacks weren't restricted, there was a reason for that too. The relationships between players weren't as straightforward as those between players and NPCs. Forcibly ensuring peace among players wasn't always a good thing. Players who had conflicts had plenty of ways to sabotage each other, and enforced peace also meant no punitive system. Rather than that, it would be better to implement a red name system, and if players caused too much trouble, just ban them, removing unstable factors. There was a slight flavor of entrapment in this approach. As for those who were able to repent, they were given a chance to amend, and perhaps pay a fine while at it. Yes, the goddess felt she was quite magnanimous. Not only that, unrestricted player versus player attacks allowed players to fully showcase various cunning tactics. For instance, schemes involving feigned injury, sacrificial gameplay, and so on. Having heard Dimesha's probing experiences, Li Mu patted his shoulder helplessly. Dimesha. Dimesha looked at Li Mu with bright eyes. What's up, brother Mu? Li Mu gave him a look, his voice tinged with melancholy. You must have very few friends in reality, right? Dimesha looked shocked. How did you know? Li Mu. He didn't answer, instead, he shook his head helplessly, sighed, and continued walking forward. Dimesha, awkwardly rubbing his nose, followed behind closely. However, just after taking 2 steps, he stumbled over something and almost fell flat. Whoa, what was that? He cursed and instinctively used his torch to light up the area, revealing a broken stone slab covered in strange writings. What's this? He curiously picked up the stone slab. Chapter 54. It was a grey stone tablet, covered in a layer of dust, with some blurry characters faintly visible. Dimesha lifted the stone tablet, his eyes lighting up. Brother Mu, come look at this. Could this be the elf language? He hurriedly called out to Li Mu ahead of him. Elf language. Li Mu stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Dimesha, who was raising the stone tablet excitedly. Let me take a look. He took the stone tablet, wiped off the dust on it, and began examining it. The stone tablet appeared to have withstood considerable time, and the characters on it were no longer clear. Yet, Li Mu, who had always had a good memory, still recognized that these strange characters seemed to have the same origin as the inscriptions outside the Felenqui ruins. Perhaps, it's the elf language. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Characters are the vessels of civilization. No matter what was written on this stone tablet, it would be a significant discovery for them. And the most crucial part of the Felenqui exploration mission was to find the scrolls of the elf civilization. Where did you find it? Li Mu asked impatiently. Ahem, I tripped over this thing, picked it up, and saw it was there. Dimesha pointed to the nearby ruins and replied. Li Mu. What kind of lucky break was this? He took a few steps toward where Dimesha pointed, squatted down, and lit it up with a torch. And as the light from the torch revealed its surroundings, Li Mu was pleasantly surprised to discover that there seemed to be more stone tablets buried here. He had been talking to Dimesha and didn't notice them while they were traveling. If Dimesha hadn't tripped, they might have missed it. Dimesha, we might have discovered something great. Come quickly to help dig these stone tablets out. Li Mu exclaimed excitedly. The stone tablets were mostly covered by the ruins, with only a corner exposed. To see their full appearance, they would need to be completely excavated. Something great. Dimesha was momentarily stunned, then his expression lit up. Whoa! Could we have stumbled upon some ancient texts? Maybe there's even a treasure map or a cultivation technique there. Stop dreaming, and quickly help out. Li Mu set the torch aside and carefully began to excavate the stone tablets from the ruins, giving commands to Dimesha. All right. Dimesha also hurriedly squatted down to assist Li Mu in unearthing the treasures. They spent a good half-hour excavating all the stone tablets. Once they counted them, Li Mu was delighted to discover they had dug up 73 stone tablets. Each stone tablet was about a centimeter thick and roughly as large as a wash basin, in a square shape, with densely packed mysterious characters carved upon them. However, unfortunately, most of the stone tablets were broken, and many of the engravings were illegible. Among them, the relatively intact ones were carefully selected by the two, totaling 6. Looking at these 6 stone tablets, Li Mu felt a wave of excitement. He pondered for a moment and said, let's hide the remaining stone tablets first, then bring these 6 relatively complete ones back to Felenqui to have Alice appraise what's written on them. For 1,000 years, the elf script had not changed much. Players couldn't understand the elf language, but Alice as the natural saintess could. All right, haha. Diligence does pay off. We've finally found something, although we don't know if it's a treasure map or something else. Hehe, maybe this will trigger more storyline developments. Demacia said excitedly. The two placed the remaining stone tablets in a corner, covered them with other debris, and made a marker beside it. Then they left excitedly with the 6 selected stone tablets. The central temple of Felenqui. After 2 days of renovations, the once dilapidated temple was completely revitalized. Renovating the temple would have been a lengthy process, but the presence of magic greatly accelerated it. Players almost completed all the work in just 2 days. At this moment, Cuckoo was leading some players in the final touch-ups, even referencing several famous European cathedrals to embellish the already solemn natural temple, making it even more sacred and grand. This was not only their hobby but also a mission passed down from the Holy Land's storyline, offering substantial rewards. Place these flowers and plants beneath the temple's windowsill, then use natural magic to root them. After giving instructions to a guild member, Cuckoo continued studying the blueprints. Hey, Cuckoo! Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her train of thought. She frowned, raised her head, and upon seeing who it was, raised an eyebrow. Brother Mew. It was none other than Li Mew and Demacia, who had returned. At this moment, both of their expressions were extremely excited, and the stone tablets in their hands were quite eye-catching. Cuckoo automatically ignored the presence of Demacia beside Li Mew, focusing instead on the stone tablets in Li Mew's hands, her eyes lighting up. Did you finally find something? It was known that Li Mew and Demacia had spent 2 days scavenging in the ruins. Li Mew nodded, showing a bright smile. That's right. We found tablets with written records, and we're taking them to have Alice identify them. Written records? Cuckoo raised an eyebrow. Look here. Li Mew took out one stone tablet to show her. I've looked at these characters, and they are very similar to those in the temple. I suspect it's the elf language. Cuckoo showed an interesting expression, leaned her head closer to scrutinize the writing on the stone tablet, focused and attentive. Silver calendar. Elven. Celebration. She frowned, reading each word aloud. This seems to be about an elven celebration. Cuckoo thought it over and made a judgment. Li Mew and Demacia were immediately taken aback. You understand it? Demacia stuttered, his expression utterly astonished. Cuckoo gave him a sidelong glance, then explained to Li Mew. I've been studying array knowledge with Alice recently, and setting up arrays for the elf clan has to use the elf language, so I've been learning the elf language. So, this really is the elf language. Li Mew's expression was one of happiness. Yet he soon thought of something, looked at Cuckoo with a peculiar expression, and said. Wait, you've only been studying for 2 days? And already you understand it? Cuckoo frowned, shook her head dejectedly, and said. No, the elf language is too difficult, with a vocabulary of over 10,000 words. I've stayed up 2 whole nights, and I've only learned a little over 1,300 words. At most, I can comprehend 10 to 20% of these characters. Saying this, she sighed helplessly, visibly downhearted. Li Mew. Demacia. The two looked at each other, speechless for a long time. Is this the power of a top student? 2 days, only 2 days. Cuckoo was frightening. No wonder she was a top scholarly figure at Tsinghua University. Li Mew clearly remembered how just the 6,000-word vocabulary for the 6th level of university English had stumped him for 2 semesters, and he still hadn't fully mastered it. Yet Cuckoo. In 2 days, she learned over 1,000 unfamiliar elf language words. Terrifying. Li Mew had looked into the elf language, and it was an entirely different system. Just the alphabet itself reportedly had 72 letters. He couldn't understand what stroke of inspiration the developers had to create a set of characters as complex as Chinese characters. However, for some lore enthusiasts and role players, it was another pleasant surprise. Looking at Cuckoo's regretful expression, Demacia sighed heavily. Sigh, I guess I'm never meant to learn arrays in this life. Why would a warrior like you learn arrays? Cuckoo gave him an exasperated look. Demacia. Li Mew cleared his throat and quickly handed the remaining 2 stone tablets to Cuckoo. Cuckoo, would you please take a look at the remaining 2? Cuckoo nodded and took them, scrutinizing them for a moment, and said. It seems related to elven history. I can't really make out the specific content. Not a treasure map? Or a cultivation technique manual? Demacia eagerly asked. It doesn't seem like it. Cuckoo shook her head. Instantly, Demacia looked like a wilting eggplant. Oh no, it's really just a pile of junk. Li Mu also felt quite disappointed. He sighed and handed the 3 stone tablets in Dimasia's hands to the young woman. Cuckoo, could you take a look at these 3 as well? Cuckoo took them. This one also seems to be about history. After a while, she returned the first stone tablet to Li Mu. This one too. Soon, she returned the second. Suddenly, both Li Mu and Dimasia felt a bit deflated. However, even after a long time, Cuckoo hadn't returned the third stone tablet. What's the matter? Is there something unusual with this one? Noticing her deeply furrowed brow, Dimasia's heart leaped, and he asked, curious. Cuckoo shook her head, then looked at them with a peculiar expression. No. She carefully examined the tablet again, uncertain, and said. This one seems to be a meditation technique. Chapter 55. A meditation method. Li Mu and Dima both froze simultaneously. Dima's eyes lit up. So, it's like the martial arts manuals in online games. The cuckoo bird carefully examined the stone slab, nodded, then shook her head. Not quite, it's more about how to train magic power. Hey! Then it's a manual. Dima slapped his thigh, looking excited. The elf warrior had to consume magic power to unleash certain skills, so training magic power was still useful for him. Training magic power. Li Mu's eyes also lit up. As a druid, magic power was, of course, the source of his strength. However, I can only figure out the general idea. For the specifics, I think you'll need Alice to identify it. The cuckoo bird said. After speaking, she hesitated for a moment and then asked somewhat bashfully. If Alice agrees to help you decipher the stone slab and teach you the training methods, could you teach me too? She was very curious about the content of the stone slab, which seemed to be a meditation method, and she was a mage now as well. If it really was related to a mage's meditation method, it would be quite useful for her. Li Mu and Dima exchanged a smile and readily replied. No problem. Then, they hurriedly went to find Alice with the stone slab. In the side hall of the natural temple. A meditation method. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, the elf girl who was cleaning the statue paused. Alice turned around, took the stone slab from Li Mu, and began to examine it carefully. A moment later, her expression turned to delight. It is indeed a meditation method, and it's the element meditation method that has been lost to the elf clan. It can be used up to the silver upper level. The element meditation method is a very effective meditation method, said to increase magic power and elemental affinity. It really was a meditation method. And it could even be used up to the silver level. Li Mu and Dima were overjoyed. Considering the current game's level cap was 40, and level 40 was merely the black iron upper peak. Being able to use it up to silver likely meant it could be utilized in the next version. It was definitely a powerful meditation method. So, how many rewards can we get for handing in these stone slabs? Also, can we learn this meditation method? They eagerly asked. Alice observed the stone slab for a moment and shook her head. No way, some critical details on the stone slab are unclear, so there's no way for me to fully restore the meditation method. As for the rewards, I can't say for sure. Everything will be known only after offering it to the Mother Goddess. After spending so many days with them, Alice realized that a certain connection or, rather, transaction seemed to exist between the Mother Goddess and these chosen ones. When the chosen ones completed their tasks, the Mother Goddess would confer power upon them. This understanding also clarified for her why the chosen ones, without any apparent faith, labored so diligently. They appeared to have an intense and unhealthy pursuit of power, even more so than humans did. Hey? Can't be restored. In an instant, Li Mu and Dima felt as if cold water had been poured over them, dampening their spirits significantly. Seeing Li Mu's disappointed expression, Alice hesitated briefly before uncertainly suggesting. However, maybe the Mother Goddess has a way to fix it. If you want it restored, just pray to her while offering it to the Mother Goddess. After saying this, she glanced at Li Mu, contemplating some of her own ideas. Perhaps, this was an opportunity to let the chosen ones accept nature and become believers too? Pray to the goddess? Li Mu and Dima exchanged a look, stirred by the thought. They didn't think of Alice's evangelizing intentions, but rather imagined more. Dima leaned close to Li Mu's ear, excitedly saying. A storyline quest. Brother Mu, based on my main storyline quest experience, this is definitely a hidden storyline. The reward might just be a meditation law. Upon hearing Dima's words, Li Mu became quite expectant too. In fact, his thoughts were quite similar. The two glanced at each other and nodded simultaneously. If that's the case, may we ask Lord Alice to set up the sacrificial array to help us complete the task? Li Mu respectfully requested of Alice. Alice nodded. Please wait a moment, I'll prepare it. When a true god and believers existed on the same plane, there was the advantage of a very low sacrificial cost. Not only did Eve expend less divine power, but the believers used less as well. So as long as she wasn't bothered, she could allow the natural believers to sacrifice every day for fun. Soon, Alice completed the sacrificial array. After a devout prayer in the direction of the world tree, she began trying to request a response from the Mother Goddess. The moment Alice prayed, Eve sensed the tremor of a beam of belief. She paused her work on repairing the soul storage orb, curiously shifting her attention. It's Alice? Is she going to offer something? Thinking this, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be, the players really found something in the ruins? Considering this, Eve opened the sacrificial channel and accepted the offering from the natural saintess. As a burst of light accompanied it, several stone slabs appeared in her divine space. Stone slabs? Eve curiously inspected them. It's actually elven history. She was somewhat surprised. There's also a meditation method. Upon seeing the content on one of the slabs, Eve was delighted. With a method for cultivation, even if incomplete, Eve could easily repair it using her power without spending too much divine power. Moreover, if she wished, she could take it a step further to deduce a higher quality meditation method based on the existing one. However, that's not what Eve intended to do for now, since the players' levels weren't that high. Spending a small amount of divine power to repair the existing meditation method was enough for them. Thinking this, she immediately used divine power to repair the meditation method, restoring it in an instant. These two players did quite well. Looking at the element meditation method before her, Eve was very satisfied. She promptly used a bit of divine power. Soon, a system message about completing a task appeared in Li Mu and Dima's vision, rewarding each of them with 3,000 experience points and 500 contribution points. It's already over. Looking at the system notification in their vision, the two were a bit stupefied. Alice, meanwhile, hastily signaled to Li Mu with her eyes. The sacrificial channel is still open. The Mother Goddess can hear your prayers, quickly tell her your wishes. Upon hearing Alice's reminder, Li Mu's eyes brightened. He quickly mimicked the girl's gesture, kneeling on one knee and drawing a symbol of Mother Nature on his chest, exuding a devout expression. Praise Mother Nature, praise the Goddess of Life, praise the great elf sovereign Eve Yggdrasil. Beautiful and noble Goddess, we hope that you can help us repair the meditation laws and teach us the method of meditation. Mysteriously, Eve heard Li Mu's prayer. She was slightly taken aback, pondering for a moment, quickly understanding the context and cause. Looking at Li Mu's earnest prayer posture, she chuckled. These compatriots adapt quickly. Even if it was just pretentious, Li Mu's expression did resemble that of a believer. However, speaking of which, even without Li Mu's prayer, she had planned to perfect the meditation method and give it to the players. Eve wasn't worried that passing the Segis World's cultivation method to players would affect the reality on Blue Star. Because the energy level of Blue Star was too low to support player training, in reality, players would at most exercise and strengthen their bodies. Of course, offering it to players wasn't without cost. Eve's initial plan was to place it into the exchange system for players to redeem, but since Li Mu prayed for the method, along with considering his role as the discoverer, Eve decided to directly pass this meditation method to the two of them. Very well, as the discoverers, you should indeed enjoy the fruits of your discovery. With this in mind, Eve translated the perfected meditation method into Chinese and promptly delivered it into Dima and Li Mu's systems, formally activating the long-prepared function for cultivation technique redemption and auxiliary training. Chapter 56. Ding! The benevolent goddess has listened to your plea. As a reward for discovering the ancient text, she will impart to you the elemental meditation method. You have obtained the magic power training method, elemental meditation method. You have unlocked the auxiliary cultivation function, and the available cultivation technique is elemental meditation method. With the delightful chime of the system, Li Mu and Dimasha's game system interface unlocked the cultivation technique function, and there appeared a new magic power training method, elemental meditation method. They could view it at any time and cultivate under the assistance of the game system. It's done. Both of them felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Soon after, several lines of purple system messages floated across all players' fields of vision. Announcement. Congratulations to players Li Mu and Dimasha for discovering the rare epic cultivation technique, Elemental Meditation Method. The Elemental Meditation Method has been listed in the Exchange Mall, and the Elf Kingdom cultivation function is officially open. As the discoverers of the ancient text, players Li Mu and Dimasha will receive a commission on exchanges of the Elemental Meditation Method for 1 year, with a commission rate of 0.5%. The time for this commission is calculated within the game. For 1 year after the cultivation technique goes live, all players will enjoy a 50% discount, calculated within the game. Activate the cultivation function. Cultivation technique release. Commission. Li Mu and Dimasha were stunned at the same time. They hurriedly checked the exchange system and found that a new cultivation technique exchange page had indeed appeared. However, for now, it only contained the purple epic elemental meditation method. It's actually an epic level cultivation technique. Li Mu sighed slightly. He opened up the detailed description of the cultivation technique. Elemental meditation method, a purple epic magic power training method, capable of training magic power and elemental affinity, usable up to silver upper peak, level 70, contributors Li Mu and Dimasha. Exchange requirement, 5,000 contribution points, 50% discount. To enable players to exchange the cultivation technique quickly and enter the cultivation state, Eve did not set a high exchange price for the cultivation technique. Now that the contribution point function was officially activated, players reaching level 11 could earn a certain amount of contribution points even by doing daily tasks. So as long as you were willing to grind, anything was possible. Not only that, Eve had also set up an auxiliary cultivation system. Anyone who validly exchanged cultivation techniques in the system would receive assistance in cultivation from the game, accelerating their enhancement speed. As for those pirated versions exchanged privately, there was no such benefit. Yes, it's just like only official readers from Kidian and Book City could enjoy the current chapter discussion of online literature. In addition, to spark players' enthusiasm for searching for cultivation techniques, Eve also set a continuous 1-year commission reward for the discoverers of cultivation techniques. This meant that as discoverers of the cultivation technique, players could earn a commission on contribution points spent by others to exchange cultivation techniques, for the year after it went live. Of course, this time was calculated according to Segis World Time, which translated to 3 months on Blue Star. The commission Eve set was 1%. If 2 players discovered it together, they would each receive a 0.5% share, and so on. For example, as the discoverers of the Elemental Meditation Method, during the following year in-game, every time someone spent contribution points to exchange for the cultivation technique, Li Mu and Dimasha would each receive a 25-point contribution commission. Accumulating over time, this would be a considerable income. After understanding the entire mechanism of the cultivation technique function, Li Mu and Dimasha both breathed heavily. We've struck it rich, brother Mu. We've struck it rich. Dimasha was full of excitement. They knew, in the ruins, there were still 67 stone slabs waiting for them to bring back. Although only one of the 6 slabs they brought back contained a cultivation technique, who knew if the rest might contain cultivation techniques? Li Mu had thought of this, too. He took a deep breath and said to Dimasha, "Let's go. Let's find a cart and quickly haul those slabs." Saying this, the two excitedly borrowed a simple wooden wheelbarrow from a cuckoo bird and rushed off. After the new system messages were broadcast to the entire server, all the players were in shock. Whoa! It's Dimasha again? When did this guy get so lucky? Cultivation technique? Quick, check it out. Elemental meditation method. It can train magic power. 5,000 contribution points. My liver aches. A daily task only gives 50 points. Wow, Dimasha and their commission are going to make a fortune. How about, we go explore Felinqui too? Originally, because of the high experience gained from hunting demon beasts in the wild, many players who had taken exploration tasks but couldn't find anything for a long time had given up and turned to venture into the wilderness. But Li Mu and Dimasha's discovery, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, reignited the scavenging craze. For a time, many players returned to Felinqui and started the Holy City's exploration tasks. Everyone fantasized about hitting the jackpot themselves, finding 1 or 2 cultivation techniques. Preferably, they were epic or even legendary ones, and they would get rich instantly. Once Li Mu and Dimasha transported the remaining stone slabs back to the temple, they pushed this wave of exploration fever to a new peak again. After Alice's identification, they discovered that besides the elemental meditation method, there were actually 7 other complete cultivation technique texts among the slabs they brought back. 3 were suitable for strength system cultivation, 2 for spellcasting system cultivation, another solely discussed arrays, and 1 detailed the crafting of magic items. However, these cultivation technique texts were of lower rank than the elemental meditation method, with the one on magic item crafting reaching blue rare, and the others being white common. Even so, it required 800 to 2000 contribution points to exchange these cultivation techniques. Through offering these cultivation techniques, Li Mu and Dimasha gained considerable experience points and contribution points, leveling up to 12 on the spot, making many players envious. Once Eve perfected and released these cultivation techniques, all players eagerly began exchanging and trying meditation and training. After submitting all the slabs, Li Mu temporarily ceased exploration. Luck had its limits. He felt that finding so many treasures this time was already fortunate enough, and the influx of more players had made him decide to hold back for now. He wanted to test the effects of meditation. In Felenqui, finding a quiet corner, Li Mu sat cross-legged and chose to load the elemental meditation method in the game's assisted cultivation system. As the system loaded, in an instant, Li Mu felt he had a profound understanding of the meditation method, as if he had studied it countless times before. He began to adjust his breathing according to the meditation method's instructions, circulating his magic power, while a special force within him assisted the flow, helping him better enter the state. Once in the meditation state, Li Mu felt his entire mind becoming serene. The floating magical elements around him began to gather continuously toward him, rushing into his body, enhancing his magic power, while his physical qualities gradually became stronger under the refining of magic power. With genius-level talent and the system's assistance, even with half of the cultivation effects taken by Eve, players' cultivation speed was still remarkably fast. This state persisted until 2 hours later when it gradually subsided. Li Mu opened his eyes and began to check his condition. Then, he was surprised to find that his experience points had significantly increased, and his physical qualities and magic power capacity had been slightly enhanced. The cultivation effect is strong. The gains are significant. Feeling the effects of his meditation, Li Mu was delighted. If this pace continues, even if I do nothing else and dedicate all my time to cultivation every day, my level would skyrocket. However, after carefully sensing his state, he shook his head. No. Constant cultivation is impossible, as such rapid cultivation effects can only last for 2 hours every day. After 2 hours, the impact is minimal. Players couldn't possibly cultivate all day long. Not just the players, even the natives of Segis world couldn't meditate all day. The body's endurance was limited. Typically, 2 hours of cultivation per day was the best time. Therefore, Eve's setting for the cultivation auxiliary system was also a maximum of 2 hours each day. Beyond that, while players could continue to explore their cultivation, the effect would diminish significantly, and it would be better to do some tasks or hunt monsters. From now on, Elf Kingdom players had a new daily mission when they logged in. 2 hours of cultivation. The spell casting system's cultivation was meditation, while the strength system's was training. Cross-legged sitting for meditation and physical training became a beautiful scenery in the elf forest. As players entered into the cultivation state, Eve finally began to savor the sweet joys of reaping the system's benefits. Chapter 57. Li Mu and Dimasha's discovery marked a successful start. After that, players continued to discover elven tomes, lost artifacts, and more in the ruins of Felenqui. Not only that, but some even unearthed elven equipment from 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, after being buried for a millennium, these pieces of equipment were already destroyed and scrapped, especially those magic items which had long lost their magic light, with all the runes damaged, basically turning into a pile of scrap metal. Inside the natural temple of the elf town, a male player was holding a few pieces of elven equipment excavated from the ruins, talking with natural saintess Alice. What? These items can't be offered to the goddess. Looking at the broken antiques in his hand, he asked somewhat disappointedly. This was something he had found after exploring the ruins of Felenqui for a long time. Alice sighed and patiently explained. How could the noble mother goddess accept such things? Offering these items to the true god is a blasphemy against her divine grace. Well, Miss Alice, may I try offering them? We successfully offered those goblin equipments before. If it doesn't work, I'll give up. The player, still unwilling, tried to persuade again. Hearing his words, Alice's expression gradually turned colder. She said somewhat irritably, "Chosen one, even if you're not a believer of nature, you must at least have the basic respect for the divine crown of the Mother Goddess. The only items that can become the Mother Goddess's offerings are divine objects that her divine grace needs or those sought by her oracle. She allowed you to explore Felenqui to gather the legacies of the elf civilization, to seek the tomes. These destroyed scraps can't become offerings to the true god, they can only stay in a museum. Do you also want the Mother Goddess to help you repair equipment? Last time, you mixed goblin equipment into the offerings without our consent, and since the Mother Goddess didn't pursue it, I won't either. However, I will absolutely not agree with you repeating similar actions now." In the end, her voice had escalated considerably, and her attitude was resolute. What a joke! Although the Mother Goddess was amiable, she was also the exalted true god. How could such scrap metal be allowed into the true god's vision? This is a blasphemy against the divine. The Mother Goddess is supreme. She accepted the chosen one's offerings previously and did not punish their recklessness. That was her tolerance and kindness. But this does not mean letting these reckless offerers go unchecked. Thinking of this, Alice's expression grew even more determined. Her earnest demeanor, combined with the unique aura of the Silver Priest, left the player somewhat speechless. The player changed his expression slightly, then sighed. "All right." After saying this, he dejectedly left the temple. And as soon as he came out, his teammates, who had been waiting outside the temple for a long time, gathered around him immediately. "How did it go? How did it go? Did the offering succeed?" And when everyone saw the ancient equipment in his hand, they were instantly disappointed. "No luck." Miss Saintess didn't agree. The male player shook his head. "How come? Berserker helped us with the goblin equipment offering last time." "Ahem, don't forget, that time we collectively activated the sacrificial array he had inscribed while he was asleep and conducted the offering ourselves. He was really angry when he woke up. What do we do now?" The players fell silent. A moment later, a spell-casting player suddenly had an idea. "Since we managed to offer goblin equipment before, it means we could still offer things. How about, we try inscribing the array ourselves and attempt our own offering?" Can you inscribe an array?" Others asked. "Ahem. I've never inscribed one before, but I recorded the process when Alice inscribed the array last time. Perhaps, we could learn and give it a try." The mage scratched the back of his head and replied. Sounds like it's worth a try. This game has such high freedom, what if we're successful?" The other players' eyes lit up. They acted immediately, gathering their things and finding a piece of open ground to try. When Alice and Berserker inscribed the array, they used a kind of paint imbued with magic power. This paint came from a magical plant in the elf forest and was often used by players when repairing temples. Therefore, with a little effort, they managed to gather quite a bit of it. After preparing the paint, they began to imitate the steps from the recording to inscribe the array. As it turned out, their imitation skills were pretty good. After several failed attempts, the players actually managed to draw a sacrificial array that emanated a faint magical aura. "We did it!" They were delighted. "Do you remember the steps of the offering?" "I remember. I remember. First, pray. Then after receiving a response, place the offering into the array." "All right, you give it a try then." The players took action immediately, and one of them stepped forward, mimicking an NPC, and made a slight bow in the direction of the world tree. He then drew the symbol of Mother Nature on his chest and respectfully prayed. "Praise Mother Nature, praise the goddess of life, praise the great elven ruler Yggdrasil. Beautiful and noble goddess, we have found artifacts of the elf clan and wish to offer them to you." Listening to his words, the other players felt a bit embarrassed. Sugar-coating it as artifacts, but in reality, it was just a pile of scrap metal. Will the goddess respond? They felt a bit uncertain as well. However, just then, the array suddenly shone with a luminous glow and actually started to function. The players saw this and were overjoyed. "Whoa, it actually works! The sacrificial channel is open! Hurry, hurry! See if we can throw these things in!" The players, in a flurry of excitement, hurriedly placed the collection of scrap equipment into the array. And as soon as they placed them in, the broken equipment emitted a glow and vanished. Simultaneously, the players who made the offering received a system notification crediting them with contribution points, albeit a measly amount, just a few dozen points. "We did it!" The players cheered. Although it was only a few dozen contribution points, it at least proved that even picking up scraps could be profitable. Could this be a sacrificial glitch? Looking at the disappeared scraps, one player asked uncertainly. He had a feeling it was odd for the goddess to accept offerings of scrap metal. Other players glanced at each other and all smiled. They patted his shoulder and said, "Why overthink it? Bug or not, as long as it makes money. He, there are still plenty of scrap equipments in the ruins. With enough, we can turn a small profit even if we don't find the tomes. Come on, let's go pick up some more. Ahem, if it really is a glitch, we need to earn as much as possible before the developers find out. Otherwise, once the glitch is fixed, we won't be able to offer scraps anymore." With that, they headed back to the ruins of Felenqui. High above, Eve casually restored the received broken equipment, added some effects, and then stored it away in a corner. "There's more equipment to sell now," she said leisurely. Chapter 58. Even junk could be sacrificed. This news spread quickly among the players. Although NPCs wouldn't allow players to sacrifice junk, if players drew the sacrifice array themselves, they could exchange junk for contribution points. Some experts speculated that this might be a bug in the game's sacrifice mechanism. After all, how could a divine being possibly collect trash? How could the exalted goddess accept junk? Something must have gone wrong somewhere. However, some people believed it might just be part of the game's sacrifice function. After all, it was just a game. The gods in the game were not real gods. Perhaps this kind of sacrifice was actually a kind of recycling mechanism of the game system, similar to selling junk to merchants in older online games. But regardless of the reason, players didn't care. They only cared if they could make some profit from it. The damaged equipment was still devoured by the sacrifice array, and the system even fed a small amount of contribution points back to the players. Though it was usually a measly 10 points or so, they accumulated over time to become a decent income. Perhaps to Alice and Berserker, these defunct, discarded equipment held only memorabilia value, and offering these decayed items to the mother goddess was a great blasphemy against her. But the daring players weren't bothered. What they lacked the most were contribution points, and they were delighted to have a way to exchange their useless junk for them. Ahem, if this feature were a bug, they hoped the developers found it as late as possible. Or rather, hopefully never patched it at all. Players felt fortunate for discovering this little secret. And after the first successful secret sacrifice case, players went into a frenzy learning how to draw the sacrifice array. On Blue Star Network, someone even posted a summary of the process. Yet everyone tacitly didn't discuss this on the Elf Kingdom official website. And once players learned how to draw the sacrifice array, they began secretly praying to the goddess behind the backs of 2 NPCs, sneakingly sacrificing the discarded items they'd picked up. Well, mainly sacrificing some broken gear found in Felenqui, as well as beast bones left behind from hunting demon beasts, to subsidize household use. As for those tomes, they still needed to go through the NPCs. Because going through the NPCs to sacrifice tomes completed exploration missions, gaining extra experience points and contribution. But sacrificing various scraps did not. However, through further player research, they discovered that the sacrifice array wasn't indiscriminate in what it devoured. Torn tomes, broken equipment, certain materials from killing demon beasts, even ores, the sacrifice array never refused these. But if it were broken crafts, household garbage, rotten bones dug up, or berries picked, the sacrifice array wouldn't even bother. Gradually, they jokingly called the former recyclable waste, and the latter non-recyclable waste. And as players continued to explore and sacrifice, Eva was overjoyed from above. During this time, a considerable amount of equipment accumulated in her divine space. Most were purple epic grade, even some gold legendary grade equipment. Not only that, the equipment ranged from black iron to silver tier, there were even several sets of gold tier. Eva estimated that if this batch of equipment were all exchanged to players, they'd have to hand over 1 million contribution points to her. And these pieces of equipment were all recycled from players at a bargain price by Eva. That's right. These pieces of equipment were what Eva accepted from the players' sacrifices, repaired using divine power, and then refurbished with some special effects. It's not easy to craft a set of equipment from raw materials, but if it's about repairing and refurbishing, divine power was quite handy. If repair materials were insufficient, players kindly sacrificed some beast bones and ores. The thousand-year heritage of the elves was quite rich, many of the equipment were originally high-grade, although mortals had no way to repair them, the true god could. However, hardly anyone thought a true god would look upon mortal equipment and stoop to use divine power to repair them. After all, in the eyes of the beings in the Segis world, a true god was exalted, how could she pay attention to such things? Furthermore, the cost of cross-realm sacrifices was also significant, and in the minds of many beings, the heavenly realm was truly the abode of the true god. This kind of large-scale recycling sacrifice could probably only be carried out by Eva, who shared a plane with the sacrificers. After Eva's refurbishment, these were to be the goods she would sell to players next. However, Eva didn't dump the refurbished equipment all at once into the exchange system, but first selected a batch of low-level mage equipment and gold legendary equipment and put those in. As for the rest, she planned to release them gradually into the market after players finished digesting the currently available items, based on the players' increasing levels. This was called rationally analyzing consumer potential, maximizing company benefits. Moreover, during this time, Eva also acquired a large number of tomes through player activities, gaining more understanding of the elf history from 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, these historical tomes still didn't describe the secrets of the divine war a millennium ago. Why was the world tree besieged? Why did the true god, clearly of the good-aligned faction, have no allies? Were the gods fearing something? Eva didn't know. However, she wasn't in a hurry, believing she would eventually find some clues. Moreover, with the players' continual contributions, the cultivation technique exchange system in the game was becoming more complete. In less than a week, players scavenged dozens of incomplete cultivation technique tomes from the ruins of Felenqui. After Eva's restoration, all these tomes were placed in the exchange system. However, most of the tomes were blue rare and white common versions, almost all being cultivation technique tomes usable only for the black iron grade. There were very few techniques usable up to silver grade, only 3 in total. The elemental meditation method discovered by Li Mu and Dimasha turned out to be the highest level one among them. That wasn't outside Eva's expectations. When the elves migrated, they surely tried to take the precious tomes with them, leaving behind the less important ones. Having one elemental meditation method was already lucky. Anyway, the basic layout was there, so even if necessary later, she could just go personally, using divine power to deduce higher level tomes from the low level ones. When players leveled up to silver, it was estimated Eva's strength would recover quite a bit, and consuming some divine power to deduce subsequent techniques for the players would be like a walk in the park. In short, everything in the elf forest was moving in a good direction. The little leeks were growing healthily and happily. The construction of Elf Town was nearing completion. The temple in Felenqui had also been repaired, with Eva's statue being placed inside. In addition, the reconstruction work of Felenqui was proceeding in an orderly manner. And the scope of activities for players was expanding as their levels increased. The primeval elf forest was dense and complex, with various demon beasts. Therefore, players explored slowly, covering at most 30 miles a day outside the safe area. Nevertheless, over time, some began to reach the edge. After some investigation, they brought back loads of exploration data. Consequently, players even voluntarily established sections like Monster Guide, Plant Guide, Map Sharing, and Battle Strategy in the data area of the official forum. And Elf Kingdom was being increasingly discussed on Blue Star Network. When the official announcement of the second internal test appeared, this epic masterpiece finally reached another climax in popularity. Second internal test, 900 slots. Countless internet users flocked to the official forum, scrambling to register in hopes of being the lucky chosen one. Meanwhile, the hunting god Yula of Winter also finally issued new divine instructions to his believers. Chapter 59. This was a dim cave, with torches mounted on the cave walls casting flickering shadows throughout the cavern. On both sides of the cave were rough murals depicting the tales of the thousand-year divine war, a legendary story of the gods uniting to severely wound the world tree and the elven civilization, passed down through generations in the half-beast tribes. In the center of the cave stood an altar built from skulls. On the altar rested a crude statue of a god, none other than Uller, the god of winter and hunting. In front of Uller's statue, an elderly one-eyed half-beast dressed in a grey priest robe knelt in devout prayer. The silent cave echoed with only the solemn and dignified sound of prayer. Suddenly, the statue radiated a misty glow, illuminating the previously dark cave with a brilliant light. The one-eyed half-beast trembled as he raised his head, his gaze at the statue filled with fervor and disbelief. An oracle, it's an oracle. He excitedly prostrated himself on the ground, allowing the mighty and majestic divine power to sweep over him. In an instant, his mind went blank, and a series of dignified and weighty voices echoed in the half-beast's mind. Investigate Felenqui, elves, beware. Death gods favored. After returning to the heavenly realm, Euler had come to understand a few things. Those elves were definitely not Hela's heroic spirit army. Because, they had physical bodies, whereas the heroic spirits did not. Moreover, if the heroic spirit army appeared on Sege's continent, it would certainly provoke a strong backlash from other divine beings. Even Hela couldn't go against all the gods. The fate of Yggdrasil back then was proof. Yet even so, those elves had to be connected to Hela's favored. Because only Hela could make creatures undying. And all this needed to be further investigated by his followers. Hearing the voice of the divine, the old half-beast priest shuddered slightly and buried his head deeper. Half-beast rock cave tribe high priest Jushin, humbly obeys the oracle. Then, the statue radiated light again, and a blurry image appeared in his mind. It was a scene of unlucky goblins being frantically chased by a group of red-eyed elves. And these elves were adorned with all kinds of ragged equipment as if it had been snatched from the goblins. The scene shifted, and more elves were flattened into mush by some mysterious force, only to spring back to life in an instant. Seeing this scene, the old priest's mind was abruptly shaken. Elves? How could there be so many elves? What are they doing? They don't die. He couldn't help but exclaim. The statue did not respond. In an instant, the old priest knew he had lost his composure. He took a deep breath, knelt on the ground, and extended his hand to draw a bow-shaped symbol on his chest. Praise be to winter, praise be to hunting, praise be to the great Father God. A moment later, the light from the statue gradually faded. The elderly half-beast raised his head, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. An oracle, truly an oracle. He muttered, his voice filled with excitement. Receiving an oracle meant he was favored by the divine, watched over by her. Taking a deep breath, the half-beast high priest Jushin suppressed the trepidation in his heart and pondered the content of the oracle. What is the meaning of that scene? He paced while frowning in deep thought. Is it the elf forest? But haven't most of the elves migrated? Where could there be so many elves? Are they attacking the goblins of Felenqui? Are they undying? Are they backed by the death gods favored? He knew Father God had recruited a group of goblins in the elf forest to assist her in finding the fallen Mother Nature Yggdrasil's divine blood crystal. In fact, as the high priest of the half-beast tribe closest to the elf forest, he had contributed significantly to the process. Even though he had a strong disdain for those weak and ugly goblins. Now, it seemed certain changes had occurred. Death gods favored. Jushin the high priest muttered. Could it be, the work of the Netherworld's one? Thinking of this, his expression gradually grew heavy. It seems necessary to send someone to investigate. Speaking of which, a report from the tribe's outpost in the elf forest a few days ago mentioned that 2 teams of half-beast mercenaries had gone missing. This time is an excellent opportunity to investigate. Taking a deep breath, Jushin the high priest left the ancestral cave where he worshipped the divine. Outside the cave, the surrounding lights brightened suddenly, revealing a vast valley. The dark mountain walls gleamed under the sunlight. At the base of the mountains, countless stone and straw houses surrounded the cave in an orderly fashion. Looking out, there appeared to be no less than 1,000. This was the Rock Cave tribe, the half-beast tribe closest to the elf forest, with a population of 5,000, located at the southeast junction of the elf forest and the dark mountain range, over 300 kilometers from the forest's core area. The leader of the tribe was Jushin, a silver lower half-beast priest. Jushin ventured into the village, observing the clansmen moving about with satisfaction. In his youth, the Rock Cave tribe had been a small tribe of less than 1,000. The tribe had developed over many years, finally growing stronger with the support of the true god. The large income from hunting elves was crucial in this growth. Thinking of this, Jushin's expression gradually became serious. If something went wrong in the elf forest, it would be a significant blow to the Rock Cave tribe. He sighed deeply, a shadow passing across his brows. Call Blackstone over. He instructed his subordinates. Soon, a burly half-beast approached Jushin. He had a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a bald head and tusks protruding from his mouth, looking fierce. Blackstone, known alongside the missing Panchi, was a warrior of the Rock Cave tribe, possessing the strength of black iron upper peak. Blackstone, at your service, High Priest. He approached Jushin and respectfully knelt down. Jushin glanced at him and secretly nodded. Rise. Following Jushin's order, Blackstone stood up from the ground and stood silently to the side. Jushin was very satisfied with Blackstone's deference. He pondered for a moment and said, Blackstone, you are one of the strongest warriors in the tribe. This time, I have a task for you. Take a team of black iron middle-rank warriors, along with a priest, equip them with the best gear from the tribe, and head to the outpost in the elf forest to gather people and investigate the Felenqui ruins. He paused halfway, reconsidering, and then took out a bone fragment from his cloak and handed it to Blackstone. This is a sacred artifact of our tribe, capable of invoking the power of the Father God. In crucial moments, it can unleash a powerful divine art. Additionally, it has the power to purify the undead. This time, you may face the death gods favored, so if danger arises, return immediately. If necessary, you may abandon the outpost. Moreover, Jushin's expression flickered as he continued seriously. If you encounter any peculiar elves, make sure to capture one and bring it back to the tribe. If you succeed, the tribe will reward you generously. Chapter 60. The time spent on the game always flew by. Under the allure of equipment and upgrades, the beta testers unleashed an unprecedented passion. Gradually, quite a number of players accumulated enough contribution points to exchange for the equipment of their dreams. What surprised Eve the most was that the few sets of legendary gold equipment she put on the shelves were also quickly redeemed. Not only that, but the one who redeemed these legendary gold equipment sets was the same person. The nickname was familiar to Eve, it was Little Xian Miao, the chair of the Meng Meng committee. This female player was a mage who loved the fireball technique but always missed her target, leaving a deep impression on Eve. With a little attention, Eve found out that after the legendary gold mage equipment was listed, this girl started collecting contribution points like money was no concern, across the entire server. Players calculated that, to gather contributions, she spent at least 200,000 to 300,000. What a tycoon! Eve couldn't help but sigh, while reminiscing about her poverty-stricken days on Blue Planet. There wasn't truly a balanced online game in this world. Can you really become stronger without spending money? Except for a certain pig farms game. And 1 month after the holy city of Felenqui was reclaimed, the construction of Elf Town was finally completed. At this moment, this player base located under the World Tree had quite a scale. Except for lacking city walls, it was already a rather charming small city. Moreover, due to the players' interests, this town was different from traditional elf architecture. It was filled with various classical buildings from Blue Planet, including European, Chinese, Japanese, and even Arabian styles. A few players from landscape architecture and civil engineering fields applied their expertise to the fullest, concentrating these diverse styles of buildings together, which, rather than appearing abrupt, added a unique charm. Between the buildings were exquisite gardens and all kinds of greenery, staggered and alternating, making the entire town seem like it was set amidst a sea of green leaves and flowers, reflecting the elves' essence of nature. It was said that to design the town's architecture and scenery, players even offered rewards on Blue Planet, consulting many industry giants. The final result was that Eve, who originally just wanted the players to build something habitable, saw the base transformed into something increasingly refined and beautiful under the magic enhancement due to their efforts. Among these efforts, the player construction team led by Cuckoo Bird contributed the most. It was said her dream was to build a town incorporating styles from all over the world, unexpectedly getting the chance in the game. This made Eve seriously suspect that among the players she chose, there were avid fans of Minecraft and SimCity. Not only that, but the players also reserved space for future development when designing the town, allowing further expansion. According to Cuckoo Bird, that space was prepared for future players. And when the town was finally completed, Eve was astounded. If these players were tasked with restoring the Yuanming Garden, they'd surely do a splendid job. At this moment, looking at the elf town like a piece of garden art, Eve couldn't help but express her admiration. Even Alice and Berserker were shocked by the handiwork of the Chosen Ones. By the Mother Goddess, these Chosen Ones must be the finest craftsmen in their world. Gazing at the exquisite and petite garden landscapes, Alice couldn't help but sincerely praise all the beta testers gathered in the plaza of Elf Town. The central plaza was spacious, more than enough to accommodate 300 players. In Eve's view, it could even hold 3,000 people comfortably. Today was a special day. Elf Town was fully completed. And Cuckoo Bird had long posted on the official forum, inviting all the beta testers to participate in the town's inauguration ceremony. Though the player construction team was the main force in building the town, every one of the 300 had contributed during the process, so this town could also be said to be the collective fruit of all players' efforts. Moreover, their homes in the game were here, each person having a quaint house and a small adjoining garden. This was their home in the Segis world. Since Elf Kingdom opened, all 300 players never quitted, which was quite a miracle in the gaming world. Additionally, considering the time on Blue Planet, the beta testers' average daily online time reached more than 12 hours. It had to be said, this was a startling statistic, underscoring the player retention of Elf Kingdom. Of course, one reason for players' lengthy online time was that their bodies on Blue Planet would fall asleep once they entered the game. This mechanism led many to choose to log in during Blue Planet's night, while their bodies slept, their consciousness roamed in the game. Aside from a little discomfort at first and possible psychological fatigue from long-term gaming, they could completely turn sleep time into game time. Many working players found this exhilarating. Over the days, they began to treat this place as a true second life. At this moment, the players gathered in the plaza all appeared excited. In the plaza's center, beside the teleportation array linked to the player's spawn point on the world tree, stood a solemn stele. It was a natural giant stone found in Elf Forest, carefully polished by them. On the stele, from top to bottom, were inscribed numerous words. They were in Chinese. The content comprised one name after another. These were the nicknames of the 300 beta players, the names of those who took part in building Elf Town. Cuckoo Bird, Li Mu, Dimasha, Boxed Lunch, Little Xian Miao, and so on, all included. Below the names were introductions to the planning of Elf Town, the players' visions, their construction journey, and the completion date of Elf Town. The stele was suggested by Eve through Alice's mouth and received unanimous approval from the players. Henceforth, this stele would accompany the growth of Elf Town, becoming a bright spot in Elf Kingdom. Every newly arrived player, upon coming to the town, would witness this stele and learn about the struggles of the first beta players. As Elf civilization revived, this stele inscribed with the names of the original chosen ones would surely feature in the stories sung by minstrels, passed down through generations, eventually becoming an ancient mythical legend. This would be the beginning of the Elf epic. The players gathered on the plaza excitedly sat together. Alice and Berserker, who had been invited, joined them on the plaza. Cuckoo Bird handed a small knife to the elf girl dressed in solemn holy maiden clothes, respectfully saying, "Miss Alice, please cut the ribbon for the town." With that, she pointed to the stele. The stele was already wrapped with ribbons made by the players. They were crafted from various flowers and plants of the forest, replacing the red ribbons of Blue Planet. Alice, who had been informed of the ribbon-cutting ceremony as a tradition from the Chosen One's homeland, took it seriously this time. Seeing the genuine smiles of the Chosen Ones, her heart was filled with emotion. Though it's still bumpy, they are gradually integrating into this world. Taking a deep breath, Alice flashed a sweet smile and cut the ribbon wrapped around the stele in front of 300 witnesses. "Congratulations to you, Chosen Ones, you've established your own home." She sincerely congratulated. "May nature always be with you." With Alice's blessing, the players cheered. The prepared mages continuously launched fireballs and other explosive magic into the sky, appearing as bursts of fireworks. Everything was like a festival. As the players cheered, suddenly, a magnificent and holy light descended from the sky. Countless brilliant photons rained down like a dream. The stele radiated dazzling light, with the inscribed words turning into a sacred golden color. An ethereal hymn echoed, cleansing the souls of all present. "A divine miracle! It's a divine miracle!" Seeing the sudden change, Alice's expression was filled with joy. She turned towards the direction of the world tree, drawing a symbol of Mother Nature on her chest devoutly, happily declaring, "It's the Mother Goddess. The Mother Goddess is also sending you blessing." The players looked at each other, then their eyes lit up. It was uncertain who started it first, suddenly shouting, "Praise Mother Nature, praise the Goddess of Life, praise the great elf sovereign Yggdrasil." Then, more enthusiastic responses followed. Numerous players raised their weapons and equipment, clamorously and excitedly shouting, "Praise Mother Nature, praise the Goddess of Life, praise the great elf sovereign Yggdrasil." However, as they shouted, the content veered off. "Goddess, I will strive for the rise of elves. Please bless me to find an epic secret in the new version. Me too. Me too. Please bless me to trigger a hidden storyline in the new version. And me. Please bless me to find gold legendary equipment. Praise nature. Please give me a beta era female player. Alice. Berserker." High in the sky, Eve, who had almost finished repairing the soul storage orb, watched the bustling town plaza with gratification. As for the players chattering esoteric prayers, she had already ignored them. On the world tree, hundreds of humanoid cocoons had taken shape, each containing a mature elf body in slumber. Eve played with the soul storage orb for a bit, then placed it into one of the cocoons. Soon, the second beta test would commence. At this moment, she was filled with anticipation for the future.